Yo. What up, YouTube? Welcome in. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls. Welcome. Why is it so quiet? Ah, there we go. Forgot to turn on the music. Welcome to this beautiful Sunday morning. Sunday morning. We're going to do it today. We are doing it today. We are finally going to finish Sans Calm. Thank you. Congratulations for first. I don't think I've seen you here before, but welcome in. Welcome in. What we're doing today is we're finally, Espresso, congratulations on second. What we're finally doing today is we are going to finish the AURAS. Yesterday, little progress update. So yesterday, we went crazy. We got the scoreboard going, all fully refactored. Beautiful. Excellent. Oh, whoops. It didn't run because I didn't press the right play. We play oh my lord, I cannot talk today. We press the good play today. There we go. Okay. Test. T-set. That works. We get the countdown. And here it is. We got our little scoreboard going on the top right. This all syncs through multiplayer. We're chilling with that. It gets their name and whatnot. And then once the trash rises up, we can run over, grab a piece of trash. Okay. That was a power up. Pagorli, congratulations on third. Welcome in. Boom, 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 boom. All right, pick up a can, drop it in the little recycling bin. Boom, 1 point. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. This little guy right there. Okay. That's pretty much where we left off. Now what we're trying to do today is this crappy little lifeguard bag looking type thing here. We want the icon to show up. Right now, I think our icon is just the Godot icon, like the SVG that comes with it. But it's not showing up here for some reason. Fanny pack? Fanny pack. Indeed. That's what this is. I'm glad that you could guess what that is through my my horrible artwork. Horrible artwork. Yeah, we gotta get some good artists in here and start to work on the little fanny pack type thing. But yeah, the icons are not showing, which was really, really, really strange. Really strange, because they show up. That's where we left off yesterday, is they show up in the remote. So if we go to the remote view, because we picked up, I think, 2. We go to a remote view for single player. Boom, boom. We go down into our character, empty body 1. Now we go into the player interface, in the panels, in the action bar, in the margin container, button, and there it is. We see that there's an icon there. Like, it's there. The Z index on it is 1, or should be 1. Yep, it's also 1, which means it's showing up above everything else. But for whatever reason, it does not show up in the game. Here. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. We pressed the aura. That one worked. Press the aura. That one worked. I don't think we have a third. No, we don't. It's mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. Weird. Yeah, weird indeed. I don't know where we even begin to fix this. Maybe it's a Godot bug of some sort? I can't imagine it being one, though. So what we'll do is we'll, know what it could be, actually? I wonder if it's the canvas layer. Like, the canvas layer is showing, like, something like we have the canvas layer, and then we draw, ooh, that was the wrong button. Canvas layer. Then we draw everything on top of the canvas layer, but maybe the button is, like, in between the drawing and the canvas layer? Mad Chirpy, how you doing? Welcome in. Maybe that's what's going on? Potentially? I'm not sure. It's very, very strange, though. Very strange. Man. Mad Chirpy, how's your horror game going, by the way? Are you you're releasing that on Steam, right? Boom. 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 Ah, yes. We have a future little thing to show off. All right. All right, let's go into the canvas layer. Boom, boom. Player interface. It's on layer 1. Ooh. Ooh, JetBrain Rider kind of sucks. Yeah, I heard either people love it or they hate it. That's what I've heard. Personally, just the built-in editor. Built-in editor on Godot, good enough. I think VS Code's really nice. Ooh. This might, maybe I just fixed it. I am indeed, so far so good. Refactored everything after the jam. Still lots of polishing going on. Gonna start working on the actual content soon. So, what's your approach to posting it up on Steam? Are you waiting till you have like a full-blown demo before making the Steam page, or like setting the Steam page public? Or are you setting the Steam page public, getting all of the wish list started now, and then release it like a couple months down the road? And how many months down the road? Eatrim, how you doing? Welcome in. Good morning to you as well. What's JetBrain Rider? Didn't JetBrain, aren't they two different IDEs and then they combined into one? Or am I going crazy? No, it is Rider by JetBrains. That's what it is. Rider by JetBrains. It's like an IDE. .NET framework. Right? Most loved .NET and game dev IDE. There it is. JetBrains a company that owns it. Right. Howdy, Rip. How you doing? You're here early, Rip. What the heck? Here early. Man, oh man. Most loved? Most annoying users? I'm here early. Indeed, Rip. Indeed. You're here to watch to join in on the fun, the actions of testing our UI. And hopefully today, if we can get this, oh my God, I keep pressing the wrong button. If we can get these layers going, I'm going to watch the brain-breaking nonsense. Listen, I don't know what you mean by brain-breaking nonsense. I think you mean game dev superiority, high skill level, maybe, potentially. That's what I think you meant by brain-breaking nonsense. Here to watch Covino's God Complex. All right, let's calm down. I do not have a God complex. Merely just jokes. Although I will say, I did do some programming last night off stream. Not on this game, but it was on something else. And I think I did pretty good. Pretty good. And then I found out after 4 hours of work that there's an easier way to do it and a built-in function for everything. How are the clocks not in sync? Oh, I hate that. I didn't even notice that. How are they not in sync? That's a great question. They're off by a second. Oh, know what it could be? I think that I have the... They just need to wait a synchronization process, because what's happening is it runs it, and I believe the host technically is starting before the client. And so that's why it's like a second off. It's probably a little bit less than a second, but it appears to be a second. That's probably what's going on. Ooh, secret project, kinda. I have a Steam page public already, right? Plan is to collect wish lists while I work on getting demo up. I want to do more content on YouTube, market as well, but my editing backlog is humongous. I feel that. Mad Chirpy, you want to drop the link to the Steam page? I want to make sure that I can't remember if I wishlisted it on the Freedom Forge account or on my own personal Steam? I don't remember. That's not it. Which one is, whose is this? Yeah, no, that's not it. That's not it. I don't think I'm following it on my Steam. There we go. Wait. Boom, copy. Boom. So when do you think you're gonna get? No, I do have this wish listed. Oh, but I have it. Oh, okay. I have it wish listed on Freedom Forge. There we go. I was like, wait a sec. Yeah, Shroud of Gloom. There it is. Right there. Right there. Was this a game jam originally? I believe so. Right? I think it started as a jam. Then instead you could say start at server time X and the clocks simultaneously are more accurate. Ooh, okay, we'll do that for sure. Sounds like an issue having two. I would look at making a company personally. I mean, I have a Freedom Forge Studios is a company. We're an LLC currently. Yeah. What's their... I'm just curious about the timeline with all these. FFS LLC? Exactly. I'm always curious to hear about the timelines of everyone's games. Like, what their strategy is for starting up the Steam page versus when they're going to get the actual product out there. Yeah, it was made for the GDFG. Won the jam in all categories. Flex, big flex. Decided to make a much more polished, full version of the game. Yeah, that's the way to do it. I feel like some of the best games kind of start from a jam. I think so. Yeah, a little atmospheric horror game. And if I remember right, Matt Chirpy isn't even a fan of like actually playing the horror games. Like, same it with myself, but is still making like a banger one. But I think that's a secret. I think that's like a secret, whatchamacallit, like a secret hidden power. Because if you are already, like, if horror games aren't your thing, but then you make a horror game, I feel like you would make it extra, like, horrifying on the, probably I would assume more on the psychological level as well, which I think tends to be the more scary part of it. The more scary part. Point and click gameplay, engaging puzzles, atmospheric horror. Exactly. Never mind. Yeah. My first goal is to have the demo for Next Fest in June, then release in October, but not gonna lie, I don't think I'm gonna get there in time. Yeah. That's gonna be... Okay, so you're kind of planning for around an October, November release. Because I think that's realistically when we are, but then again, we don't have... I feel like you might be able to get it out earlier, but because you have more gameplay than we actually do, we just have a couple mini games. Dang. I have a feeling my timeline's off. Maybe we're releasing this game in 2026. Maybe. Game jams usually tend to find good games that are worth to continue working on. Amnesia is still one of the best horror games ever built. Oh, Amnesia. Yeah, see, the thing is, I don't really play horror games. Which have nothing with how it is now. They can come after you. Wait, what? Look at making a company personally. If something were to happen to it, would go after the company, which has nothing to do with how it is now. They can come after you. Wait, Dr. Dark, what do you... Who needs to do the company? My first goal is to have demo for Next Fest in June, then full release in October. Because then I could release it right before the Horror Fest. Ooh, that would be smart. That would be really smart. Why is there only one review for Realm Rapture? Let's be real here, Rip. Realm Rapture, just look at the store page. Look at the store page, and that will answer all of your questions. We are going to be going back to Realm Rapture after this minigame. really quick just to update the store page and fix a couple bugs. Because truth be told, the store page, it's gross. It's actually really gross. I am not a fan. I can show you I'll show you all the analytics real quick. Our, yeah. So we got 2.4K to about 2.5K impressions on it with a 0% conversion rate. Only out of that 2.5K, only 140 clicked on the app. Dang. Yeah. Well, also to be fair, is Realm Eruption on the Play Store yet? No, not yet, Espresso. That's gonna be when we go back to do all the bug fixes. That's when we're gonna put it up on Google. But we also just need to clean up our store page is actually gross. Like, it's not good at all. And that's a huge reason why, like, if I was looking at a game, I would say, okay, this looks pretty cool. And then I would click into it and be like, yeah, nah, never mind. No. So we do need to kind of do some fixes, do some store page stuff. We need art for it. You gotta have the screaming face. The screaming face. Yeah, we gotta do some updates. Couple updates. It's not good. COD Zombies, thoughts? Like it or not? Didn't play it too much, but I see the appeal. I loved COD Zombies. I was a big fan of zombies. Like World at War zombies, that was peak. World at War. Yeah. Mobile game icons. It's a good point. That's a good point. Just a screaming face. Dang, maybe that's what we gotta do. Except our character doesn't really have a face. And the art we're using for that face is just not good. Plan B is to instead do the demo in October and then do the release when it's done. We'll see. Most of the tools and systems are done, but still need to figure out a lot of the story stuff. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. I mean, if you have all the tools and systems, I almost would say, like, maybe the story is almost, like, maybe the game's almost there. I don't know, like figuring out a story, and then as you figure out the story, then there's probably other things that like pop in and all that. Thanks for wishlisting. Oh, no sweat. I was already wishlisted on Freedom Forge. I swear. I promise. But I wanted to start wishlisting everything on my main account instead. Hate making games takes so long. Like, bro, let me just whiz it up. Yeah, but rip. That's where that problem is what we're solving with Freedom Forge Studios. So if you're not aware, we have, wait for it. Oh, that's not it. We are now taking in bloop. We're now taking in contract work for our games. So we're starting off step one with all the art, because art is probably my weakest skill set. So 3D models, 2D artwork, all that kind of stuff. We have a full style guide that we're constantly updating. Then we have our asset submission agreement. This just ensures that the artists keep control and maintain the rights to their own artwork. It's their work. And then of course the asset submissions. You're still gonna practice with models though, yeah? Oh yeah, most certainly. Like, I'm still doing all the stuff. It's just if someone wants to help out, this gives them that opportunity. And then on top of that, chances are, if the game starts performing and we make money, then we can also compensate them as well. Yo, North Pole, how you doing? Welcome in. Boom, boom, boom. Howdy, North Pole. All right, so speaking of work, let's get to work. We just changed the layer. Oh, and I didn't even get to test it. I like started the game and just didn't test it. I don't think Covino wants my modeling skills. What? What do you mean? Your modeling skills are probably top tier. I haven't seen any like super complex models you've made though. I haven't seen if you've made any like these kind of models before. Getting pretty happy with the polish level and tools at the moment. If I get the story set, I should be able to progress rather quickly, but it's easy to underestimate difficulty of writing. Yeah, writing stuff definitely can get rough. And the fear that I would have, oh my God, I didn't even do, this is single player. The fear I would have is as I would be crafting the story, I feel like I would start veering off and doing like creating new lines where it would require new places to be made, and it would start changing up the game a bit. So I'm curious to watch how that all unfolds for you and how you tackle that. I'm gonna try and fix the drag and drop later, by the way. My laptop works again. Let's go, North Pole. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, the good old drag and drop. I learned after I was working last night, because I was making a drag and drop feature last night, and then I learned that there is a drag and drop set of scripts that are like not scripts, but like built-in Godot functions for dragging and dropping. I haven't actually read the docs on it, but apparently it's a lot easier than what I made it out to be. The way I was approaching it was, okay, same kind of concept as like a touchpad with mobile controls, where when you touch the screen, you're shooting out a ray from the camera, and then you're calculating the distance between the object and all that. Ugh. I'm going to learn how to use signals, though. Ooh, signals are good. Another one that might be pretty good, North Pole, is using groups as well. The scripts I sent you, I purposefully didn't do groups because I wanted to do I wanted an easier setup where you can just plop a node on and then plop another node on, and then you're set. Maybe hook up a couple exported variables or nodes and call it good. But yeah, groups are going to be, I think groups will probably be the best bet there. And it's pretty easy to alter what I sent you with groups, because it was originally with groups. Definitely learned the right things from your scripts. Oh, I appreciate it. That's awesome. Glad they helped. I was making some sketches for artwork for your game. Ooh, nothing too complex. Just a quick sketch of your character. Ooh, that's awesome. Probably going to wait till I actually finish something. Just until there's more characters. Absolutely. I know we got a couple people working on some more characters right now. So hopefully it will start going well. The basic idea of all the characters is just to have like inflatable pool animals. What up, Mikrus? Welcome in. Okay. We just picked up an aura, but we still didn't see it. Huh. Even though the player interface is on layer 0. Wait. If multiple canvas layers have the same index, canvas layer children of canvas layer are drawn behind the canvas item children on other canvas layers, which canvas layers is drawn. What? Lower values are drawn behind higher. That's weird. Focus on work. Thank you, Hildun. Thank you. Less talking, more vibing. We're not vibe coding here, Hildun. We're not vibe coding. No. Trying our best to avoid it. I think it has some place here and there, but not at this moment. No. Yeah, look at this. Our Z index is 1. But then when we add if we quick load a Godot icon, there it is. And it works beautifully. So why is it when I used 8% of my vibe coding budget for the month today? Oh my lord. Your vibe coding budget. What are you using to vibe code? That's a budget. Z relative. Its parent effective is 3. Then a node's effective will be 5. Free tier of Copilot. On VS Code. Gotcha. You're like vibe coding. See, when I do vibe coding, I don't use the built-in, like the ones that build into your IDE, because I can't get myself to do it. That's really the reason why. It's like using something like Cursor or Copilot VS Code. It's nice, but then I get too caught up in the vibe coding, too caught up in it. And at least when I'm using, if I use something like Grok, I'll pull up Grok and use that. And at least that way, I still have to think about what's going on and how it's approaching the problem, and then taking that aspect and rewriting it myself. That's kind of the big key that I've been doing to learn. Cannot bother to go log into X on computer. That's fair. That's fair. But I think Grok is doing, like, Grok has genuinely surprised me a lot with how good it is at least at Godot script or GD script. That's been really impressive. And so I assume if it's good at GD script, I assume it's going to be pretty good at Python as well. Pretty good at Python. Now, where I think it might have some problems, though, might come with the more complex languages. Okay, we picked up an item, and it still didn't show. Maybe if the code snippet for Godot or Godot 3. Not on Grok. Grok is 4.4. Grok is 4.4. You can have it do it does type dictionaries as well now. It does. It's up to date from what I've seen. Yeah, that was kind of mind blowing. Let's see. Okay, that was our cool aura. I wonder if it's because the image isn't being set to the right like player's interface. Action bar button container, get node, margin container with an IDX, button. I made Copilot swap my if/else if statement chain to match statement. That makes sense. Item resource. Index. For index in action bar size. If the action bar index is null, then we say we add the item resource to the action bar. Then we say action bar button container, which is this bad boy, button container, goes into, it picks out a margin container with the index. Wait a second. Print IDX. Is IDX starting at 1 and we're setting it to 0? And so it's not getting on the right thing? That could be the case. That could be the case. My player controller script would jump and mouse look up and down along with the mouse rotation is done. Hey, nice. Nice. Boom, boom. Oh. I was like, why isn't it? All right, so let's pick up something and see what happens. I barely use AI to code these days. I only do some sporadic Eatroom vibe coding. Do 95% of the code myself, and when it gets way too complex, then Eatroom tells me how to code it. That makes sense. That's a good one. I try not to use AI, only if it's like we're really stuck on something. Index 0. Index 0. Let's go pick up another one. 1. Okay, so it goes 0 to 1. This is margin container 0 though. What the heck? So that's right. Huh. Yeah, I don't typically vibe code. It's more of something I've just played around with to see what it does and how it works. If I use AI, it's mainly double check syntax or give an idea of how to implement something. Really copy and paste, so to speak. Yeah, I think the biggest use case for LLMs is just a glorified Google search. That's usually what I use it for. If I want to like search through the docs and I don't know what I'm supposed to search for. So if I don't know like what I'm looking for, I'll just ask the AI. I'll be like, hey, in the Godot docs, I'm trying to do X, Y, and Z. What should I be looking up? And then it will pump out whatever doc link I need. And that's been pretty good. That's been pretty good. I also make Copilot comment all my scripts. Oh, I wonder if that's good. How did the comments come out? I feel like that's a big one. I also told Copilot to double check if the commentary matches the code. Did it like comment well? Using AI for Google is so last year. What's this year then, Jeff? What's this year? Commented very well. Oh, that's nice. Hey, Webby, how you doing? Welcome in. For IDX, nothing much. We're just trying to figure out the action bar real quick, because if we can get the icons to show up, it's gonna make our life a lot easier. No idea. Just thought it'd be funny to say. There's no way we need to do if multiplayer is server. If multiplayer is server. I don't think that's gonna do it, but we're gonna try it. We have names yet? Names for what? Test. Had some free time, so finally sat down, completed my game UI and settings today. Ooh, now all I have to do is make the game. Let's go. Let's go. Boom, boom. I've been cleaning my living room, preparing to throw away 4 large bags of clothes. Whew. And planting spider plant babies. Spider plants? What are those? I don't know. You said we were talking names the other day. Oh, you're talking about like names for the game. Like a name for this game. Yeah, we were thinking like beachy clean or coastal tidying or something. We're trying to think of some good names. Good names. All these boring stuff like audio settings, graphic and such, done. Handle storage, sync, updates, loading, boots, etc. Ooh. Do you want to see my code? Maybe give me some pointers? If you post it up in the Godot spot in Discord after stream, I can take a peek. Take a peek. Currently procrastinating programming my game by making a different game. I feel like that's a pretty common thing. I see a lot of game devs do. They'll procrastinate on their main game and just start doing other games. It's like, nah. What about pool party? Well, Espresso, we're not at the pool though. We're at the beach and we're picking up trash. We're at the beach picking up trash. Thought we were kicking butt and taking names. Oh, well, we always are. We always are. Always kicking butt and taking names. For sure. We're just also trying to figure out a quality name to give to this mini game. Are there no power-ups? What the heck? Oh my god, it's a turtle. I'm gonna wallow knee-deep in feature creep until I finally join a game jam and make something. Man, oh man. Okay, we picked one up, and we're getting a ton of errors. We got 83 errors. Little beaches. It doesn't make sense, though. Like, the name has to... Oh, I thought you meant the name for the whole game. Oh, name for the whole game. We were thinking... What were we thinking? Life's a Beach. That was one. There was a play on words to CPR. So we have, like, Coastal Party Rescue. Life's a Beach. I don't really like this one. Coastal Party Rescuers. Or Coastal Patrol Rescuers. I think we'll just do that. Yeah, these are like the top 2 contenders right now. Top 2 contenders. We got some work to do. Got some work to do. Bastization. Game devs got wrecked by Levels IO. Bad graphics, short time frames, 100K in 30 days. This is what happens when you suck AI. Oh my. Very interesting. 100K in 30 days from just like vibe coding. Is that what they did? They made a game in AI. But is it a good game? That's the other question. Or is it like a fad where it's like, oh, we made this game purely in AI, so then people, of course, are going to go check it out. Like one of those novelty type things. Or is it actually good? That's what I'd be curious on. Not really, but a lot of tech was built on my existing tech stack. So all the settings added exist in the console with proper commands, use confirmation steps, so you can change settings values, but doesn't apply until you actually want to save. I needed a rest day because I started getting some pain in my weak little hands. Instead of resting, I accidentally made a typing game, so my hands ended up hurting even more. Ugh. Mad Chirpy, you got to do some finger mewing. That's what you got to do, some finger mewing. You just do this. Boom. Boom. Actually good, like epic vibe-coded 3D Dungeon Delver will be... Wait, what? It's actually good. Okie dokie. Happy Monday to you as well. I forgot where I post my code on Discord. You can post it in the Godot section. There's like a learning and then Godot. Did confirmation display settings with console stuff. Ease change runtime. All games are a fad on a long enough time horizon. Well, yeah, that's true to an extent. To an extent. I would say there are games where it no longer... I would say after a year, if the game is still kicking and still growing, then I wouldn't consider that game a fad. After a year. That's probably what I would give it. 1 year, and then it's no longer a fad. I think I need to start stretching and actually learn how to take breaks. Nah, you don't need a break. You don't need breaks. No. Breaks, unnecessary. Maybe little breaks, like you take a break when you're eating, you take a break when you're sleeping. Stuff like that. Maybe the occasional video game, because, you know, to be a good game dev, we do need to play games. If it was Groundhog's Day, the movie, for you, what day of the week would you repeat? Okie dokie, I'd probably repeat any day. Really any day. But I do wonder, I would probably actually, real talk, if I could repeat any day, I'd pick any, like, it doesn't matter what day to repeat. I don't care. Because all my days are basically the same. So I would just keep repeating that day and use it as an opportunity to like super boost my learning. So when I finally break out of that Groundhog's Day cycle, I'll come out with like this crazy amount of knowledge on game development and then just start going crazy. It's a full-time indie dev. Most of my days are the same anyway. Yeah, exactly. They're all the same. All the same. Get item resource. Yeah, I don't know what could be causing this. Let's read the errors. We did have 88. Okay, that was none. Here we go. Ooh. Double checks what day it is every morning. Every morning when I'm doing my little good morning, I always have to pull up my phone just to check what day it is. Ugh. Yeah. Oh man. Going every single day. Ugh. On despawn, receive condition info. But every now and then we get to sprinkle in a longer stream. We'll sneak in some gaming with a longer stream, and I think that's been really nice. I feel like it's been really helpful. I think so. But also, like, I don't want to like toot anyone's horns or anything. Try him. How you doing? Welcome in. I'm doing pretty good. just trying to go through all these errors and figure out what the heck is going on, why our UI is not updating. My horn has been tooted. On that note, you should play Mindwave. Mindwave. Not familiar with it. It's actually so good. What is it? What's it about? And is it free? Or how much money does it cost? But what I was saying is something I kind of noticed is streaming while gaming, dare I say it, is easier than streaming while game deving. Yeah. Dare I say it. That's something I've noticed. It does feel easier because you're not thinking as much. Maybe with like a more puzzle-like game, it becomes more difficult. But like your standard competitive game, I don't know. I don't think it's that much. I don't think it's that much more difficult. Full game isn't out yet though. What's it about? What do you do? Here's a wave for your mind. I agree. A game is inherently entertainment. Game dev, you kind of have to make it into entertainment. Exactly. It's very interesting. Very interesting. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the streamer Peekaboo. He is known for like hardcore playing WoW, like nonstop, years and years. Like arguably one of the best WoW PvPers in the world, arguably. And it's really interesting to watch because in WoW, especially in PvP, you have a lot of downtime. And so through that downtime, he started getting really good at being, appreciate the lurk, okie dokie. You start getting really good at like filling the dead space and being entertaining yourself. And so then all of a sudden he starts switching over to other games. Oh, I don't have my streamer bot open. That's not good. Starts playing other games. And then all of a sudden his viewership goes from like 1,000 average to like 6,000. Like just jumped up because of that. GIMP Blender maybe? GIMP. I have such bad news for you. We spent a lot of time in Blender actually. A lot of time in Blender, GIMP. A lot. We had days, like 2 days in a row of straight Blender work where we learned about different ways of making things. We made this board, learned about over here, made the log and these little things. We learned about making what item was it? It was about like rounding off an item. Oh, it was the soda can and stuff like that. Yeah, we did a lot in Blender. A lot. And you missed all of it. Yeah. GIMP. I missed everything. You did. And now what we're doing is we're working on this. Oh, we also went back into Blender, did some more animation and some more bone stuff. You missed so much. So much. But this is what we're trying to work on today. This is what we want to happen, is the little power-ups. Bro, this sucks. GIMP, you gotta stay tuned every single day. Keep an eye out on the title, like the stream title. If we're going deep into Blender, I usually mention like what we're making. Legit, the less productive I am on stream, the higher average view count my average view count is. People say they want game dev, but the data seems to suggest random chit chat is more fun. That's fair. Yeah, I could see that. I don't know. That was my initial thought, but then there are those days where I am moving and grooving. I am like the code is flowing through me, and the viewership ends up going skyrocketing. So it's like, I don't know. Every single day. Exactly, gamer. Exactly. I stream sometimes with nearly 0 viewers, but I don't care. It's more to keep away from procrastinating than anything. That's a big part. That's a big part. It does help keep you accountable. And like, if you're going to spend a large amount of time staring at code, like, I think it's unreasonable to assume that you won't get anything done. I think so. I could be wrong, but I think so. So why isn't our thingy popping up? Maybe we just say screw it and we just ignore this bug right now of why it's not showing up, and maybe it'll come to us eventually. It's just, I find it so strange. So strange. Appreciate the lurk, Espresso. Haven't done any code in the past 45 minutes. Woof. I just find it so strange. If I put an icon on here, it's going to show up. But then when we add the icon in code, it shows up. But it doesn't show up. It shows up in the remote. Look, there it is. There's the icon. Right there. But then when we add it through code, it doesn't show up. What if we do a load? Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe it's not loading. It's got to be a string though. It says it's a texture. So maybe what we do is we take this and yeah, that's what I was just thinking. What if we preload it before adding it? Maybe that's the play. Because it could be just not loading properly. It does, but I'm definitely less productive on stream than off stream. However, I do enjoy streaming for what it is, so I really don't mind. Yeah, that was kind of something that I was shocked by when I started streaming, is I started really enjoying streaming, like a lot. I don't know what it is about it exactly. I can't put my finger on it. Maybe it's the community building, but I don't know. I started really liking streaming. So much so that I was like, oh, maybe I just go full on and just stop game dev and only game. And it's like, nah, but I really don't. There's still that thing that's like pushing me where it's like, nah, we want to build Freedom Forge Studios. All the attention, people calling you hot. Each room, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. There's not, like, you got to keep in mind, although this is not healthy, I look at the viewership and like, we are still a very small stream. And the whole purpose of me streaming is a whole thing. Damn, looking hot today, Covino. Oh, mad chirpy. Thank you. But no. Did anyone call Covino hot? No one did. But the whole, like, I look at it, we're still a very small stream. So it's not about the attention. I don't necessarily care about that. That's more of a byproduct. The attention I care about is on the studio and on the game studio. And what I would love more than anything is for people to think about Freedom Forge Studios and be like, oh, like when they hear FFS, Freedom Forge Studios, they think, whoa, these are like, they're known for making really good games that are not only inspiring, but they're like actually rewarding to play. That's what I like. That's what I want in terms of the attention aspect. Me personally, Covino, not necessarily. That's not something I'm seeking. Multiplayer. We love multiplayer. We do love multiplayer. Let's do picture. Let's do var picture equals load. But we're not going to be able to do that though. Preload, but it's going to want a string. And I don't think we could give it unless I say as a string. No, because we don't want to say as a string. That would just make it a string. Yeah, preloaded path needs to be a string. Unless what I do is the power up picture and the item resource we turn into a string. Sea King. Maybe it's the force of habit from last 9 months, or maybe it's the steady, slow growth. How far you've come. Nah, it's definitely not that. Because it's like when I first started, that's when I was like, oh, I like this. I like streaming. I like it. Mad Chirpy, thank you for the 15 push-ups. That's what I wanted. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's make the picture into a separate scene that you load in. I think what's going on is resources aren't, or at least in multiplayer, resources are not good at, or you can't take objects. And I think a texture 2D counts as an object. So what more than likely is going on here is we need to turn this into a path. So get the resource path and then send that through the resource, I think. Oh, dang, you don't have a cooldown on push-ups. I could really splurge here. Yeah, we don't have a cooldown. We did finally cave. I finally caved, and I put a limit on it. Because doing 200 plus was just destroying the stream. Destroying it. We're here for game dev. And the occasional workout, I think it's needed. I think it helps. Hopefully it inspires people to also stand up a little bit, do something. That's the intention anyways. The intention. 1, 2, oh, I'm going invisible. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And 15 squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Why aren't you using any weights? Dr. Dark. Dr. Dark. Dr. Dark. If I were to use weights, I would actually die. Actually. Like, the amount that we get pushed to, like, the amount of redeems we get, it would be awful. Absolutely awful. Haven't you been working out? Honestly, recently, I haven't been lifting weights as much. No. Now, really, you can set up how many you get a stream. I have that. I'd have to reduce it even more. But, like, it gets dangerous. Even with just the body weights, like push-ups and squats, it is... I fear for my... Oh, wait, whoa. Pause everything. Was this here? Or did that just get added? What? It must have been there. Let's grab one more. Okay. It was already there. It was already there. Unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah, it was there. It was there. I got excited. I was like, wait, maybe it magically fixed itself. But yeah, with the amount of redeems we get, I'd have to turn it down. I'd have to. I wonder if I could do... Hang on, let's do load again. But we do picture dot resource path. Ooh, that might work. That might work. Oh shit! Shoot! I gotta remove the thing. There we go. There we go. Play. Whew. All right, now let's try it. Hopefully this will work now. Start. Whew. Okay. No power-ups. Good. Now we gotta do it. We gotta do it. Let's see. Nuts. Do we get any errors? No. No. No errors. Let's check the remote real quick. Watch, it's gonna be here. Isn't it? That's the margin button. There it is. It's there. It's very clearly there. So why aren't you showing up? Why? Why? Oh, it has an override for the icon. Ooh, howdy, Cam. It has an override for the icon. I wonder. Try something like icon equals preload. Well, we have that, Webby. Is the Jigglebone making appearances today? I mean, it can. We could dive into the Jigglebone a little bit. Why did all of these turn on? Turn those off? No, it still doesn't show up. Because I'm heading to the pub. Oh, in that case, no. We will not. We'll make sure that the Jigglebone does not make an appearance today. No. For your own sake. There it goes. And then it removed it. It's adding and removing it. It's just not showing up. Huh. I'm not making it home in one piece. That's not good. If I hide that, hide the panel. Well, if I hide the panel, then everything else is hidden. Okay, what if I do this? We take this style box texture, right? And we can modulate it. Boom. Make it invisible. See if anything, if it shows up now. Because I wonder if it's drawing underneath. My mom went, are you going to be awake in the morning to see us before we go on holiday? My response was, I don't think I'm going to be awake the whole day. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. Boom, boom, boom. Would suggest being careful. I would suggest that. All right, let's see. So when we pick up a thing, we're gonna see if that shows up. Because I almost have a theory that maybe it's getting drawn underneath. Oh, that was garbage. It's crazy though. Like, this game is so close to being done. There's just a couple little things, and these little things are the ones that are taking so long to figure out. So long to figure out. It's like, man, oh man. Man, oh man. Once we can get the art stuff of the studio, like, moving and grooving, I think our games are going to start coming out faster. Okay, it did work. My theory was correct. My theory was correct. Okay. That's huge. That's huge. So what's happening is it's getting drawn underneath the the thingy. This thing. Interesting. Howdy, Pickleburger. How you doing? So let's redraw it. Let's go to the visibility ordering. And let's switch this to -1. Try that. Yeah, let's give that a go. Pickleburger. Whew. I mean, last time I went out for drinks with this person for casual drinks, ended up with 15 shots and a lot of drinks. Oh my lord, Cam. Oh my lord. Yeah, be careful. Be careful. Those days are behind me. Those days are behind me for sure. For sure. Boom, boom. Drinks escalate. Indeed, Davros. Indeed. Let's see. That's a can. Nope. I've already decided I'm getting a taxi instead of a bus. That's probably a good idea. Good day to you, sir. Good day to you, iHeart. How is stream? How you doing? Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. And now it's not adding. And now it's not adding. Let's go to the remote. It was so nice. Absolute vibes. Let's go. Is this a game you're working on, or are you reviewing others? This is a game we're working on right now. It's a game we're working on. It's a Mario Party-like game that revolves all around lifeguarding and other beach activities. Yeah, we're working on this as a big team over here in stream. A big team. Let's see. Beach activities. Beach, Ichirum. Beach. Like let's go to the beach. Yeah. Beach. You have a bunch of collaborators. I wouldn't say a bunch, but everyone here in stream, we consider as part of the team. Or teamwork in this chat. Everyone here we consider as part of a team. What we're doing is we actually do have a style guide, and we're taking in contracts for 3D art, 2D art, really all the art. We're taking in contract work for that. And so over on our Discord, you can check it out if you're interested. But the next step is once we get this system kind of flowing and moving, we're going to start doing music and sound effects, and then we're going to get to the programming. We're really just using Twitch as an opportunity to help us build up the studio and truly make something all together, because I think teamwork is really what makes the dream work. Okay, I don't know the style of game. Never played Mario Party, nor do I know Godot. Oh, interesting. We do have ads playing, but I could give... I don't know if you can still hear me, if ads are playing for you. But basically, it's a board game. So we have ads? Indeed, iHeart. Indeed. Some people do. But Mario Party is basically a board game. And at the end of every round, there is a mini game that appears, a random mini game. And so basically what we're working on right now is one of those random mini games. One of those random mini games. All right, let's see here. Compost. Okay. We do have ads playing though, so we'll chuck on the words real quick so I don't get yelled at. Chuck on the words real quick. Heading to level 1. And then when we get back from the ads, because there's 2 minutes left, when we get back from them, shut up, ad. When we get back from them, we got a little surprise. I got a question, actually. Not a surprise, a question for all of you. A question. Very important question. Very, very important question. Is that Pagorli of Jitspo stream? It is indeed. It is indeed. The Pagorli. The Pagorli. All right, I'll be right back real quick. Real quick. Boop, boop. I have returned. Oh my god, Covino, welcome back. We missed you so much. Wow. Oh, I thought my life was over without you being here. Ah. Oh, that was the wrong button. And where's my Be Right Back one? Boom. Davros, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. Oh my god, it's Covino. He's back. Indeed. Indeed. All right, let's turn these words off. Bloop. Holy macaroni. Indeed. Whew, Brown Knuckles, thank you for the follow. Both of you, welcome to the team. You both now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes that you can use to welcome people to the team. Boom. All right. So we found part of the problem. When we have a panel container and we add a new thing in our thing, then it doesn't do the thing that we're trying to do. Right? Okay, let's put this in smart people words. The ordering, the z-index ordering of our UI elements here. On the canvas layer, we have a panel container. And on the panel container, in here, boom, we have a control with a margin, and then we have another margin. What? Oh, it's in this one. Canvas layer with a control, margin, into a panel container. Panel container. Now the problem is, even though this panel container is on a z-index ordering of -1, it's strange when I modulate the alpha, what we'll see here, is it won't work. It won't work because we're in the game right now. Basically what's happening is the icon that we add is getting drawn underneath our little panel. Even though the ordering is a higher ordering than everything else. Which is weird. And I don't know why it's doing that. Really weird bug. I don't know if it's a bug or just me being dumb. I don't know. I feel like it might be a bug though, because it shouldn't do this. Make the order of the other one negative. Well, if we make the other one negative, so if we make the button at a negative, the higher number is the one that displays in front. A node with a higher z-index will display in front of others. Ooh, also we're doing something very, very unhealthy today. Very unhealthy. Whew. Okay, let's see. Never thought I would see that. I heard it's just one of those days. You need to inject some straight caffeine into the veins. Yep. Maybe, all right, we turn it up to 4. Just crank it up. Crank it up. And then we go to the panel container and we crank this down to -2. And then we hit play. Because when we modulated the panel, that's when it worked. It's just so strange. So strange. Let's go. I don't know if it's a let's go moment. Oh, this is gonna crash. I can already tell. Because there's another weird bug. Ooh. Feels a little crazy. Little crazy. Speaking of crazy, all right, do y'all want the question that I wanted to ask y'all? I need y'all's opinion on something. This is very, very important. Very important. I just need a little opinion piece. So I'm gonna show you guys a 3D model. And what I need from all of you is to let me know, what do you think this 3D model is? All right, we ready? Here it is. When you see this 3D model, what is the first that comes to mind? What is the first thing that comes to mind? What is this? Sure. Oh. Cam with the... Cam. I keep reading Camilos as Cam. I am so sorry, Camilos. So sorry. What's the theme? There's no theme. I just need to know, what do you guys think this is? What is... First thing that comes to mind. Tell me what this is a model of. A pipe? But Camilos, I appreciate the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. 6 months. Whew. Junie, welcome in. Oh, Junie, that's a fancy marathon reveal runner. That's a sick emote. What the heck? Like in lines of those experimental tubes from labs where you mix 2 liquids together. A test tube. Starts with the C. So, okay. We got a pipe, a tube. Pipe. A tube, like a test tube. And a word that begins with C. Kind of like ketchup, right? Okay. Okay. It was more of just, I was just wondering for my own sake, just to see where everyone is. Condominium. Yes, a condominium. Or a, yeah. Yep. Maybe it's a floor trap from Animal Crossing. Oh, a floor trap. Okay. Because okay. Truth of the matter is, I got sent this picture this morning, and I misunderstood what this was. And I just wanted to double check that I was in the wrong here when I was saying, oh, why did you make a condominium? And I just wanted to see if other people thought the same, or if they thought it was a test tube or a pipe or any of that. What up, Jax? I got a migraine. Oof. Yeah, migraines suck. That's for sure. But just gotta power through them. The shadow at the bottom doesn't help. That's what I was thinking. All right, it's not bad. I'm not gonna say who made that model, for their own sake, but yeah. I think it was meant to be a test tube. But like, how else are you gonna make a test tube? That's the other question. Without it looking like a condominium. It's still... I could see test tube. Yeah, I think the context matters. I think that's really what happens. More flask shape. Yeah, but that's not a test tube. Like, are you talking about like one of these things where it's like, woo... Okay, that was not. As you can tell, my drawing abilities are not quite on par. That's more of, this is a flask. But then how do you do a test tube is just a cylinder, really. How to fix that? Any idea? It's kind of stopped me from doing anything. A migraine? I mean, you could do your typical things, such as height to width matters. Yeah, that's true. Very true. For a migraine, I mean, I would figure out what the cause of the migraine is, because there's a lot of different causes for migraines, but usually like a cloth or something, if you know what I mean. No, none of that matters if you're referring to something gross. None of that matters, iHeart. It's all about their personality. That's what I tell myself. Light. Yeah, I would say it depends on what the migraine's from, and then do that to figure out how to prevent that next time. But like a cloth on your head is one way. Some medicine, like a aspirin or something. Not doctoral advice, not health advice here. But usually I found whenever I get migraines, it's due to something else I'm doing. And so I like to find the root of that problem and then eliminate it. eliminate it. So this is what's going on here. Condominium usually has an extra bit at the bottom to hold swimmers, you know? Oh, it has like, yeah, like condominiums usually have swimming pools. That's a good point. A pool area, if you will, yeah. Do you have a migraine? Sometimes. Sometimes I'll have a migraine. But, like, sometimes I'll be streaming and I'll get a migraine. But I usually just power through it. Because it's like, there's really not much you can do about it. And am I going to allow some little thing, such as like an annoyance of the head, get in the way of the work I want to do? Heck no. Heck no. I tapped into the stream and got a migraine. Eatrum. No. Don't say that. Don't say that. Got a headache. Man, is it that bad? That bad? I guess that's fair. That's a fair point. Fair point. I'm in a rude mood today. Oh, you can be as rude as you want. I have to nuke my brain. Jax, I would say don't look at a computer. Don't listen to any crazy music. Put like a cloth over your head if it's really that bad and preventing you from doing things. Put like a warm towel on your head or something. Usually that helps. Take it easy. Maybe listen to like an audiobook. That actually might help a lot. We can market this as a win. This stream will change the way you feel. We can market this as a win. Wait, what? I got interrupted. Something about personality? Oh yeah, we're just saying that a good personality is important. Regardless of what you're doing. I'm listening to Brain FM. That could be causing a migraine as well. Like those, when you listen to like delta waves and beta waves, gamma, those kind of like soundtracks, I found those can give you a really bad headache as well. Okay, this worked. Does anyone have any ideas as to why this worked? It shows up, but only shows up when we modulate the panel. So you would think, oh, it's just drawing underneath. I like an honest personality. I think so too. I think that's a good one. An honest personality. But it's like the Z ordering is all down. Like, am I going crazy? Let's reset the indexes. And let's quick load here. There it is. It's showing. It's showing. What is the margin container, maybe? Maybe the margin container is what's the wrong one. I'm gonna order a new brain from Amazon tomorrow. At this point, I would remove the other one just so I could see it. Remove the little lifeguard pack thing. But that doesn't solve the problem, which is the issue. Maybe we remove it for now, just so we can see it, and we can actually work on what we've been wanting to work on today, which is the auras. Yeah, it's getting drawn behind something. Yeah, it is. Making weaponsmith? No, we're making just a little UI for our power-ups. Yeah, there's a power-up. And it clearly is getting drawn behind, but for no reason. That's strange. All right, we'll ignore that for now. And we'll just take the panel container and we will modulate the thing. Just like your financial needs. Modulate. Oh, that modulated all of it. Wait a second. Modulate. Zoop. We'll do it like there. I think that'll be fine. Can we skip this? There we go. There we go. All right, so now we're going to do the actual auras. So as we see here, we have 3 different auras. We have a strength, we have a stealing, and then we have the speed boost. So the way that it was working previously is this. We would just get this little aura, it'd get added onto our character, and they have a little glowy ball around them. Cool, interesting. But it doesn't look good. It doesn't feel good. And so we decided, okay, instead, we'll use this type of aura. So it like the character itself looks like they're powering up. They're going Super Saiyan, if you will. Anyone want to sell brains? No. No. Wait, how did you do it? Do what? Oh, do this? Do this thing? This is just a matter of, you take the shader and you plop it on the mesh as a second draw pass. And then we're just taking a on-off switch that we made, which just changes the alpha. Nice and easy. I'm afraid that's not Super Saiyan. Yeah, you just set the lizard on fire, sir. No. We're calling it Super Saiyan because it's yellow with a little blue tint. Maybe some might call this Super Saiyan 2. Maybe. It will only be fire if we made it red. See, now he's just angry. Now he looks really, really angry, which I think is perfect for our strength. Like, this will be the strength buff. Something like this will be stealing. We'll change the blue to like another purple. But this looks sick. Like, I think this looks really cool. It needs a little bit of work to it for sure, but all right. I'm calling the fire brigade. I'd love to take a look at the shader myself. Got source? Yeah. Here it is. I could probably post it up on Discord. Post the shader on Discord. I'll post it up under Godot. And then just say at Zoom or I don't know your thing. Boom. Message too long. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll have to make a gist for it then. The only issue, colorblind people won't know what power-ups are being used. Yes and no. So, good news is I've already had that in mind. And the what we're going to be doing with it is we have a shader that goes over the entire game, and that takes on the protanopia, tritanopia, and ditanopia or something. The 3 major color blindnesses, because we made Realm Rapture with that accessibility feature to it. And so we're going to be doing the same thing with this game, of course. It's just a simple shader that will modulate all of the colors. So for those who are like red-green, it would probably change this. It's going to change all colors that show through the screen. It doesn't work beautifully, I will say. I don't think it's as nice as just picking better colors. But I don't know how else to approach that. Alternatively, I think 3 different power-ups have slightly different sound effects, pitch plays when enabled. That would be a really good idea, actually, Junie. That's a really good idea. Yeah. We could do like a little sound effect of sorts. Yeah. Never used the next pass in Godot yet. You'd really do me a solid sharing it. Yeah, absolutely. Next pass, all it is it just draws over it. That's it. And now we're coming into an issue, though. So the issue is, when trying to approach this power-up system, like, yeah, we can just turn this up and then call it good, and we tween it back down, which we already have it doing. And currently, it's doing it for everyone. That's a separate issue. But the other problem is that I was thinking of is, well, what happens when we have other models? And also what happens when we want to change the colors? Do we keep the aura, like a base aura on everything, and then just change this one? Because they're all the same, they're all duplicates. So we could, in theory, just modulate the color, right? And just say, give it a hex code for, oh, if this is the strength buff, do that. If this is the stealing buff, do that. We could do that. That's one approach that I think could work. How does it draw outside the mesh? Like, it's not even manipulating the base vertices, right? Or is it essentially a mesh modified by the first pass and then draw on top? So it's taking a noise texture, taking the screen UV. I'm not quite sure how it works, to be honest. Let's see. It's not too crazy. It's all in the fragment, actually. We take the vertex Y, but that's just to manipulate it so it goes up. Scale, UV, scale. That's just the speed, noise texture, combined noise, rims. Calculates inverted rim based on the view and normal. Why? The interesting part for me is the vertex part. See, that's the crazy part. This is the entire vertex. That's it. This was the solve we did for it like attaching properly and not disappearing whenever you like hit a certain part of the camera. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure how this is working. It was more of a blur. I think we took one from like Godot shaders and then we just started editing the crap out of it. If I remember right. Yeah. Not quite sure. But I'll send it to you for sure. And I'll post it up on Discord. And then that way you can take a look. But I think it just combines the textures. Yeah. All right. So I think what we're going to do is we're actually going to take the color and we can match. So enable aura. But what we'll do is we'll do a set aura. Set or function set aura. And we're going to take in a type as we can do it as an int maybe. Yeah, we'll do it as an int. Void. And then we can say match type 0. And then we'll say hat.get surface override material 0 dot next pass. And then we want to shader parameter slash color. It's underscore aura. No, underscore color aura. Underscore color aura. Oh, wait, whoop, I need to do dot. Dot shader parameter. Oop, dot color aura equals, and then we need to do hex or color dot hex 64 0x, isn't it, to start a hex code? Maybe not. Maybe we just do that. hex as an int. Shoot, how did we do this? There was a way we did this before with the hex colors. Let's find this in our scripts. Ah, we didn't do it in this game. It was a different game we did this in. Color hex code. Just the constructor. Color hex code. Oh, you're saying like color this? Code string. Oh. Oh. And then alpha 69. So then we would do 69.0. There. And then we can say the exact same thing. But I think what we'll do is we'll do a variable for this. Isn't alpha in 0, 1? Wait, did you... You would think so. Maybe it's 0.69? Maybe that's what it actually is. Oh, nope. The raw is 0.271. 0.271. 0.271. There we go. Good catch. Good catch. Let's chuck this actually into a what is that sound? Sounds like someone's like drilling into the wall. Let's set this into a variable. Var, and we're gonna call this aura equals boom. And then here we can just do aura shader parameter. And then aura dot shader parameter. And we want to get the color rim, which is underscore color rim. Color rim equals color. And then grab the hex code. Copy. 0.271. Cool. And now we do the same thing, except we do it for 1. And we do... Really, let's just grab both of these again. Zoop. Copy. Paste. And let's figure out our next color. So I think it is... Speed boost is 0, I think. Speed boost. Strength boost. And of course, stealing. All right, strength boost. Let's take a look at that one. Let's pick something that looks strong. Looks like, oh, they're about to kick butt. They're about to lift some heavy things. We could just do a very simple straight red. What if we do red and black? Or what if we do black and red? Whoa. Black is lack of color, though. Yeah, I don't like that. What colors are strength? Like when you think of something strong, what colors are you thinking of? That just looks like fire. This is what Junie was talking about that we want to avoid. We don't want to light them on fire. Don't want to light them on fire. Pink. Do pink. A pinkish hue. It doesn't say strong to me. Maybe it's just red with like a light over it, kind of like this. Pink. You think pink is strong too? Love Bunty. Also, welcome in, first time chat. Like red, but more pinkish side. He looks like a Valentine's Day card. I don't know about that. Ooh, that does look strong. Maybe purple. We have to avoid purple because purple is going to be used, like the purple and pinks are going to be used for our stealing aura. Maybe we just do like a lighter red. Like a Valentine's Day card. I think maybe we'll call this one okay for now. Call this one okay for now. Because we can always quickly change it. Boom. Boom. Wait, those are the same. Oh, no, they're not. Save. And now we need to do the stealing aura. Now the stealing aura is where we're going to see the colors that y'all are talking about. And then that's some strong Riz. We're about to add some very strong Riz in just a moment. Just a moment. All right, let's go back to 3D. Now the Rizziest color possible. We got some purple. Maybe a little darker purple. Maybe a little... Because we're stealing things. We're stealing your trash. Stealing the trash. Boom. Does that look like he's about to steal something? Wait, is the feet not lighting up? Oh, no, they are. Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that for now. The colors, not too worried, because we can always change them really quick. As long, we just got to get them working. Get them moving and grooving, as they say. Moving and grooving. Paste that, save. All right, so we now have a set aura with a type. Darker purple? You think darker? As the base? So if we go too dark, it starts going invisible. Think the color's good? All right, we'll call it. We'll say it's good for now. We're going to change it to bright white right now, just as our test. So bright white will be the test to see if this set aura is actually going to work. Yeah. So now we go empty body. And I think it's actually in the controller. Human controller. Use power up. Here we are. Add child aura scene. Ah, it's in the aura scene, ain't it? I think it is. Increase speed and aura. Model.disable aura. Here it is. The model. So we want to say on the ready, model enable aura. No. We want to get the type though. Let's just do a quick on ready var type as an int 0. And then we say model.set aura 0. As red is the complementary color of green, I'd make sure to get the shade just for this one. The shade right just for this one. That makes sense. Anthony, howdy. How you doing? Are you a solo dev? Yes and no. Yes and no. For the most part, yes, but we're currently in the process of trying to start up a big team here. A big team. Creating a studio called Freedom Forge Studios with the mission of creating inspiring and rewarding games for everyone. And so as part of that, we have a style guide. So we're looking for 3D artists and 2D artists, really all artists, that we can invite to collaborate with us. We can contract them out. We have a creative asset submission agreement to ensure that the artists will maintain ownership of their own art while still providing them with proper credits and hopefully some compensation based on how the game performs. So a profit sharing model. And of course the submission for it. So we're currently doing that right now in our Discord, and we've gotten quite a few models added in. But yeah, the plan is to slowly grow over time. Might have to apply after I graduate. Absolutely. But also, why wait? If you got some time, feel free to add in, because think about it. It's a profit share. So the better the game performs, the better the models we get, the better we all come together and make this game, the more in the profits we all get to share. I think we all have a what's the word? Like a shared interest in it. Yeah. But yeah, that's what we're doing. We're in stage 2 right now of the studio. Stage 2. So the next stage is once we can start actually getting a solid amount of workflow going through, and we can start getting more and more people, then we'll probably start looking at something like, hey, Love Bunty, you've been submitting lots of models, and we'll like reach out and be like, hey, let's get something more going. That's kind of the intention. Slowly, over time. It's a 20-year process, so a lot of time, but yeah. Then we want a onReady var type as an int equals to 2. Pyramid scheme. No, not at all, Zoomer. Not at all. No. Steel. Where is it? Type 2. Steel area entered. Oh, we don't have a ready. That's why. Aha. And then we can say model dot. That's not a pyramid scheme, is. This is your run of the mill scam. Only joking. I'm not familiar with the mill scam. What is the mill scam? No. Set aura enable. Covino scheme. Not a scheme. Run of the mill. Ah, it means basic. I see. No. Enable aura. Yeah, no. I have too many things I want to do to try scamming. It's just not worth it. Not worth it. Why build up all the goodwill just to ruin it? Doesn't make sense. And that's like the thing that I like genuinely despise, is taking advantage of people like that. I don't think that's good at all. And that's part of the reason why the studio was even made in the first place. Was to handle things like that, because like I was seeing all my favorite games slowly die out and start getting almost corrupted with forgetting where they started from and no longer prioritizing the player experience, and instead getting very revenue hungry, also to appease their investors, because understandably you do need to when you do take on investors like that. And so I didn't like that, and I think the hypothesis is that we there's a better way to do that. And I think we have that better way. You need to put in some effort to rationalize away moral incongruency. That's all fine and worth it. Yeah, nah. I refuse to sit here and try to rationalize something that goes 100% against all my values. No. Yuck. Gross. Gross. Yeah, no. Those are some of the few things that I will give up on, or I will like not push back on, are definitely the my own values. I think those are something. I think developing your own values and really sticking to them is a very important part about life. And it gives you a lot of direction as well. So yeah, no. Nah, those are something I'm not giving up on. No. Dun. Where did it go? Enable aura. No, disable aura. Disable aura. Then we need to do in the ready, func ready. And we say model dot enable. Actually, no. Set aura. Type. I can just type. Why did I type? Set aura. And then model dot enable aura. And then on queue free, disable aura. And then we're gonna await get tree create timer 1 second, 1.2 seconds dot timeout. All right, stealing aura is good. Now we just need the strength aura. And then on ready var type as an int equal to 2. Is it 2? 0 speed, 1 strength. 0 stealing. 2 is stealing. Okay, 2 stealing, 1 strength. 2 stealing, 1 strength. Stealing, 2. Perfect. Now on the ready, if multiplayer is server, we want to say model dot set aura type model dot enable aura. I think coding in CSS is smoother than any other language. Interesting. I haven't used CSS before, so I have no idea. I started game development and programming about 9 months ago. Almost 10 now. Almost 10. 10 months in about a week, I believe. Right? Yeah. About there. And only been doing GD script so far. Only GD script. Model dot disable aura. And then await get tree create timer. Another 1.5 dot timeout. Boom. I also love it. Principally animations and transitions. So CSS is used for like front end web dev, isn't it? Mostly. At least that's where I hear about it the most. Yes. Interesting. Yeah, no experience. That's probably something I do need to learn is some CSS and specifically some web dev, because our website, let's just say it needs some work. It needs some work. It's a trio, HTML, JS, and CSS. Yeah, our website, it needs some work. It needs some work. Just vibe code it. That's a thought. That's a thought, Hilden. Maybe not a bad one. Maybe not a bad thought. Like, I have to update all of this. This is just gross. Look at like the placements of everything. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. I also want to update it, add some like more about us stuff. We got another thing popping up soon. You also need to localize the prices on the site. We already did. We have all the different prices. Oh, mine still appears in USD. No, if you you can change it. You have to go to the top and then you can change it to whatever price you want. So you can go the euro. You can go, I forgot what CAD was, Canadian dollar probably. The British pound. Yeah. Yeah. Already thinking ahead. Don't you worry, Hypnotic. Don't you worry. We've been thinking very deeply about especially where we ship to and all that. Made sure that we could ship worldwide. Yeah. I once made a website by telling LLM to give 10 variations, and I took the best parts from each. That makes a lot of sense. Haven't used this engine before, mainly on UE5. So I started with Unreal, and I don't know. I think the biggest problem was I just didn't know what I was doing from the start. And so I ended up making an infinite runner that was 27 gigabytes. 27 gigabytes. It was absurd. And I was like, maybe Unreal isn't for me. And then went to Godot. But the other big part was I didn't enjoy the visual scripting. I like typing things out. It feels good. It makes me feel like a programmer, you know? And so that's kind of why I ended up running into Godot, and I've been loving it ever since. Loving it. Yep, has its ups and downs. Pretty intuitive with DOM box model, but also really problematic when you look at a large single-page applications. There's too much legacy to HTML5. They couldn't just ever introduce breaking changes, such as Godot did with Godot 4, after all. Interesting. All right, so as you can see, we got the new icon, but it's still underneath our panel container, which is very annoying. Very, very annoying. But when we press this button, it should give us an aura effect. Or it will crash. We're about to find out. Boom. Invalid access to property key shader parameter. What? On shader material. What? Why did that not work? Get surface override material. Next pass. So it's next pass dot shader parameter. Yeah, doesn't have Brie. If you do ship to Brazil, and also it could be better if it auto detected the system country and localized the prices. Doesn't have Brazil. Oh, it might not have the Brazilian. I don't know what they use in Brazil, but we do ship to Brazil. I do know that much. We ship to Brazil. We don't have the proper currency acceptance, though. I don't believe so. But you can also, like, we do accept PayPal, which should. The real, yeah, reals, I don't know how to say it. Lo siento. I am, bad at pronouncing things. But yeah, that's a difficult part. Do you have a business PayPal? I do. Indeed. That's actually what the so it's connected to the, if you scroll down, there's like a I'm not saying do this. We take in SE Pay from using Stream Elements, take in SE Pay, and then the SE Pay goes to Freedom Forge's PayPal account. So that's what we currently doing. Currently doing that. All right, let's see. So cool. Indeed, yeah. And a lot of the, like, everything that we earn on this stream, because we used to stream as Freedom Forge Studios, but I found that there's just a big issue when I was doing it, and that was that people would call me Freedom Forge Studios, and I was like, that's not good, because I'm just Covino. That's all I am. And it's like I don't want people to immediately associate, like, when they think Freedom Forge Studios, I don't want them to think of me. I want them to think of the team. I want them to think of the amazing games we make. And so that led to me switching to a personal brand instead. So I'm Covino, working on building Freedom Forge Studios and all that. So yeah. But that's part of it. It's a very long process, very destroying process, but yeah, it's fun. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the suffering. What did you start on first when coding the game? Which game? So we made one game before. We made Realm Rapture, the #1 free 3D mobile game with complex mechanics developed in Godot in 2024/2025. That one we made, basically it started off as, okay, I need to learn game dev, so let me do a very, very simple game, like a simple mobile game. And people were joining the stream and they said, hey, Covino, whatever you do, don't make a 3D mobile game with complex mechanics as your first game. That's not a good idea. And so we made a 3D mobile game with complex mechanics. Yeah. But that's pretty much what we started. We started with the character and kept going from there. Any game, TBH, like mechanics or level design? Oh, any game. So starting any game, the very, very first thing we do is a game design document. That's the very first thing. Because this is something, we're basically taking the experiences from Realm Rapture and what we failed at, what we did well, what we didn't do as well, and took all of that experience and then shoved it into this next game. So going deep on the game design document, trying to figure out, okay, how is this going to work? What's going on? What do we need? And that's a lot of what we have here. So the way we're approaching this is we do a game design document. We figure out what our core gameplay loop is, very basic. We figure out all the little things about it, all the core key mechanics of it, and break all of those down. Talk about the player inputs. We also, this one, I feel like a lot of people kind of skip over here. And that's just like the very basic stuff of what platform are you making it for, or platforms? What's your target audience? How many players are you going to have? Is it single player, multiplayer? What's your elevator pitch? What's the theme? What kind of emotions or experience do you want your players to have when playing this game? And then, of course, the last part is, what are our end goals? So what is considered this game is done? What is considered this game is ready for a demo on Steam? And we kind of broke it down that way. And then from there, we just start off and go, okay, what's the very first thing we need to do? And that very first thing we did was we made the game board, but we did it as like a very basic, quick and dirty rough draft, just to make the mechanics work really fast and see how everything's going to interact and kind of play together. And then we started on the real development, which is now. Even basic games are so hard to make. Yeah, very true. Very, very true. For me, it was done. It was, does my website same login as my video game tied to the shopping cart? Does my website have the same login as my video game tied to the shopping cart? That makes sense. Interesting. Yeah, no, this is, so right now the approach we're taking for this one in particular is we're really focusing on the mini games first, because the board is relatively easy to set up. So we're doing the mini games first. That way we can also build up our skill set as we're going. And then we'll take all those mini games, we'll make the board, and we just combine them all together. What up, Me Cruz? Welcome back. So it's not getting our shader parameter for whatever reason. Huh. Very interesting. Very interesting. Imagine bald Covino. You don't have to imagine Pierogi. There's pictures floating around. Work on a tower defense game that I already have most of the code and is still taking me a week just for the basic gameplay. Yeah, I love tower defense games first off. But yeah, it definitely takes a lot of time. Yeah, my game has bald Covino gun. Oh boy. Oh boy. But yeah, it takes a long time. Like even this little mini game. This mini game has taken 25 days so far. This is absurd. We can't be spending this much time on it. But then again, I guess we are getting some reusable parts, which might be nice. Potentially. Hopefully. Yeah, but we gotta figure out a way to speed it up. Oppa Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style. That's a banana. We're looking for the power-ups here. Looking for the power-ups. Boom, 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 boom. There's one. Use it. Okay. Key shader parameter on base object of type shader material. So it's saying the shader material is not, doesn't have a shader parameter? Oh, we have ads playing. We're going to check on the words real quick. Heading to level 4. Level 4, not a snore. And then when we come back, we're going to figure out what's up with these shader parameters. What's going on here? Oh, shoot. Also, to, what is it? 1, 2, Davros? If Davros is still here. Davros, you are our 1100th follower. 1,100. Whew. Man, oh man. Going crazy. Going crazy. All right, let's turn the autopilot on. And I will be right back real quick. 1,100 what? 1,100 followers, Gamian. 1,100 followers. Not too shabby. And none of them are bots. Are known bots. 1,100. All right, I'll be right back real quick. 2 minutes left on the ads. I need more water. And then we will do it. Boop, boop. Oh, yikes. Yikes. I have returned. Oh my lord, let's turn those words off. Turn that autopilot back off. Webcam on. Whoo. What did I miss here? I missed a lot. The thing about game dev is that theoretically it gets more easier as you develop more things, but in reality it's more of the opposite. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. It kind of gets... Because you start upgrading and going to more complex skills and stuff. More complex mechanics. I will follow when he switches back to a real engine. Unreal Engine. Oh my lord. Listen, code. I like Unreal Engine. Don't get me wrong. I do. And eventually, maybe one day, we will mess around in Unreal. Potentially. But the thing is that Godot does everything we want. Everything we ever need. And Unreal just has the added complexity that is just unnecessary. Love Bunty, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes that you can use to welcome people to the team. Boom. The right tools for the right job. Help me on my dev journey. I hope so. I sure hope so. Unreal is mainly for the high graphics. Yeah. Oh my lord, I just had like the crazy hiccups. High graphics, yeah. See, it's kind of weird because the real thing that turned me off from Unreal was like genuinely just the visual coding. Like I knew you could go into C++ and stuff, but I don't know. I didn't really, as a first programming language, I didn't think going into C++ was probably the best play. And, holy crap, what is going on with my voice right now? There we go. All right. Anyways, it was really just the visual scripting that got me, that I didn't like. I just like all the plugins that have been made my project possible. That was the other thing though. I tried plugins. I paid $25 for a plugin, and especially as a beginner, I don't think that's the play. Like, from a beginner standpoint, Unreal is intimidating. Very intimidating. Nuts. That didn't work either. Blueprints are the number one reason that makes me not want to use Unreal. But beginners should start with source code. Honestly, a beginner feels too weird with the blueprints. Yeah, I enjoy the typing, and yeah, you can use C++. You can, yes, but learning C++ versus learning GD script, it's night and day. You can learn GD script a lot faster, but also just the open source nature of Godot is something. There's something to be said about it. Because as a game studio, we have to look at the long term. In the long term, will Unreal be there? Absolutely. Absolutely. I think Unreal is that good of an engine. It will stay around and it will be around and growing, of course. But in the long term, I also think Godot will be in the same position. Now, statistically, maybe not as much. But I think Godot has a niche that it fulfills. And the really beautiful part about it is that as a studio, if there's something that we, like a mechanic we need that doesn't exist in the engine, we can make it. Now, as a studio that uses Unreal, if there's a mechanic that you need that the engine doesn't provide, you can't just make it. You have to go reach out to Epic and be like, hey, can we have your source code? And they'll say no. And then you have to be like, but please. And then there's a lot of like back and forth that comes through. A lot of back and forth. And that's more of a pain than just forking Godot and adding in that mechanic, using it, making sure it works, and then giving it out to the rest of Godot as an engine. Yes, but the documentation for Unreal for C++ is really objectively bad. I have heard that. There's a lot of Unreal documentation, a lot that I found, but I think it isn't that great. Yeah, Unreal can be very overwhelming to start, yeah. Although, it also is kind of starting in Unreal gives you this, it does give you like this false, this is gonna sound bad, but it's like a false sense of like, of I can do it. Cause you immediately start off with your 3D template and it's boom, you have Fortnite. Like you literally just have Fortnite mechanics. Or movement, I should say. Or you can do the mobile one. You can do the car one. It's like boom, 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 you got all of it. But you don't know how any of it works either as a beginner. And that's the difficult part. Unity was my first commercial engine. I was definitely less overwhelmed than when I started with Unreal. Yeah. Also, Unreal is really opinionated. They dropped tessellization in favor of nanite everywhere, for example. Unreal is objectively better, more mature engine, but also is limiting in some regards. Yeah. Thing I like about Unity is that it's both simple enough for beginners, but powerful enough for advanced devs. True. We don't have either, by the way, in Godot, tessellization or meshlets. Yeah. If I wanted to make a 2D side scroller, I'd probably play with Godot before trying it in Unreal or Unity. Yeah, Unreal, I've heard 2D in Unreal is quite a nightmare. Quite a nightmare. So we cannot get the shader parameter property. There's got to be a better way to reach it. So we go into the shader. Oh, maybe we don't even need shader parameters. Maybe it's just straight up color. Let's try that. Let's delete this. Actually, let's grab this. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Let's try that. I like Unity because it's easy to start with. It has lots of tutorials. Yeah. Unity does have a lot of good, solid tutorials, has a big community. Because something that Unity did really, really well is they got themselves into the school systems. I think it's mostly due to C#. They got themselves into the school system. So if you go to a programming class at like, say a high school or even a college, most of the time, they're going to be teaching you Unity. You're going to be playing around with Unity. So now, as let's say a hobbyist, you come in and you're like, well, I took this programming class back in high school or back in college or university. So I'll just go back to Unity. And I think that does really well. And that they build their community up really well by doing that. Godot and GDScript, unfortunately, does not is its own language. Yes, it's like Python. It's Pythonic for sure, but you don't use GDScript anywhere besides in Godot, and I think that's a little bit of a downside. If you're like looking to get an overall programming education, but at the same time, learning one language, as long as you learn the logic, then you're set. Property key aura color, value of type color on base object of shader material. So it didn't get the color aura. Interesting. Even though it's called, oh, shader parameter / color aura dot shader parameter /. Maybe get. Do that. Valid attribute or access. Unreal graphics, Godot, open source. It's good community, Unity, lots of resources and power. Yeah. I think Godot will be able to reach or even surpass Unity due to its quick growth and very supporting community. I think so too. I think Godot is going to pass Unity, especially in the hobbyist sector. I think Godot will pass. Will bypass Unity by a lot. I think so. Currently, it's still very, very little in comparison to all the other engines. But I think Godot has the opportunity to beat out Unity And part of that, I think, or I hope, is going to be due to what we're doing here at Freedom Forge Studios. Is we're going to be a AAA company that is using Godot and outputting these truly remarkable games. And I think that's going to that's going to shine a bigger spotlight on Godot as well. And I'd love to work with Godot, and that's kind of why I'm going to Godot Con, is to see more of the community in person and see who's working on the engine, how they're running it, how they run everything, how they present themselves, and see if they mostly just like making sure yes, this is the one we want to help. So I think so, though. Everything I've seen, I've been loving it. I always mess up on this name. Mao How. Howdy. How you doing? All right, so only identifier, attribute access, subscription access, used as assignment target. Can we get parameter? Property? No. How do we get... Oops. Let's just delete. Next pass dot next pass dot next pass. Create placeholder, duplicate, generate. Okay, our ID is built in. Resource name. Take over, reference count. Call. We just want to get and use the shader parameter. That's all we want. But it's not... It's weird though, because we were able to do it here with the tween. We were able to access it with the tween. Godot's biggest selling point is being open source. If not that, what would be special about it? The ease of learning, Pierogi. The ease of learning. GD script is hands down simpler to learn than C#. Their node system and just using Godot in general, I think is far surpasses any other engine in terms of going from a beginner to learning up. I think that's the biggest thing. Godot is hands down the best engine for learning game dev, because you can do 2D, you can do 3D. Game Maker I heard is really good, but you can't really do 3D. Then you got things like Lua and Roblox, which arguably is pretty decent. But then you have to get yourself involved with the whole Roblox stuff, which is not ideal. I'm trying to make a sprite 2D, look at the player. Should I do this with look at or with a shader? I'll be using this effect a ton, by the way, so it needs to be optimized. Well, Espresso, are you doing single player or multiplayer? Always looking at the player, kind of like Doom. I would just do look at. Just look at. Yo, Longsy, how you doing? Single player? Yeah, do look at. Do look at. Many coherent design decisions, IMO. That goes hand in hand with it being able to benefit from the open source approach at all. Yes, open source is its selling point, but only making an open source engine is not enough. It must be done diligently. And Godot probably good enough. Yeah, is probably good enough. I've used C, C++, Java, C#, Python, Golang, JS, TS, etc. I'm enjoying GDScript quite a bit. It's a bit of TypeScripty Python. Huh. All right, phew. I've got no clue how shaders work. Yeah, no, I wouldn't worry about a shader. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about a shader for it. Shaders, the way I think about them is if I need a color change or like mesh manipulation, like a wavy whoosh. That's what I would use a shader for. Shaders are actually a lot easier than they seem if you understand the math. Yeah. A lot of things tend to seem very black box. Yeah, absolutely. So this is weird. When we do this and we get the next pass, that works. But when we do it here and try to set something, it doesn't. Why? Why? Also, I want to share a game I found today. Replicube? You did not find Replicube, Pierogi. What do you mean? What do you mean you found Replicube? No. Wallaber. You were watching Wallaber and you noticed Replicube. Indeed. Yeah, Replicube's a cool little game. Cool little game by Wallaber for sure. We'll do a fun fact. Wallaber actually was doing the Godot was running the Godot engine Twitch, like doing the takeover, and raided into us back at Freedom Forge. Never saw this game on YouTube Shorts. Oh yeah, no, you can watch Wallaber working on this. Also working on a card game as well, I believe. Also a card game, if I remember right. But yeah, little Replicube. It's pretty cool. Boom. It teaches you shaders in disguise. Yeah, that's the thing I really like. That's the big part. That is like something that we're trying to do. Is it teaching you something without teaching you something? You know? So let's try next pass shader. Inspect native shader code? What does that do? Shader mode. Only available when running in the editor. Okay, that's not it. How the heck are we supposed to access this shader parameter? We go into the next pass. Oh, you found it randomly popped up on YouTube Shorts. Gotcha. Hover over it. What do you mean? Click property path. Well, no, that's what I was doing. Check this out. So we have the property path, shader underscore parameter slash underscore color aura. And whenever we tried that, so we do shader parameter, and then we tried dot color aura, I think it was. Yeah, dot underscore color aura. That didn't work. We can copy value. Top right. That's dock positioning. Raw. Yeah. But it's still... We still need to access shader parameters. Oop, wrong thing. But when we tried doing it that way, I got ASC comes with copy path. It's not prefixed. So if we do the copy path, copy property path, oops. Let's put it wherever we were messing with it, right here. See that? Doesn't work. Doesn't work. And so then we replace the slash with a dot, but that doesn't work either. You don't need to access the direct parent. So we don't need to access shader parameter, but when we tried that, it didn't work either. Might have to construct the should shader parameter. What do you mean? Well, I guess we go into the next pass. We get this. And then maybe we need to go into shader. Dot shader parameter. So next pass shader. Dot shader shaper. Shader parameter. Dot color. Maybe that's the play. Let's do that. Wait. Next pass dot. I'll grab in between the dots. Shader parameter. Next pass dot shader parameter. Shader parameter. Next pass dot. Like set next pass equals shader parameter instance. A shader parameter instance, you say? Let's see if this works first, because we don't want to make it an instance. That would not be ideal. Next pass shader parameter, then the parameter. Let's try that out. Because making it as its own instance would not, I don't think would be good. Maybe it will. Maybe it's fine. Glass orb shell.mesh.material.normal frequency 0.1. Right. I need to double check because I thought that's what we're doing. We get so we can't get mesh material. We get mesh surface ride or surface material surface override 0. And then we go in, instead of normal texture, we say what our color parameter is. That's a banana. That's trash. We also gotta, I keep forgetting to increase our movement speed because this is too slow. Too slow. You could also look at the console error. That's funny. You think there's a console error. If there was a console error, that would be nice. That would be nice. There we go. Boom. Property key shader parameter on base object of type shader. So there's no shader parameter that we can access. So if we go through and we remove the shader, we do hit shader. Maybe we just get rid of shader parameter and just say shader dot. Look up docs for shader. Yeah, definitely need to. Definitely need to. I just want to test this one, and then we can take a look if that doesn't work. Because this is the last idea I can think of. Last one. Bow, bow. That's annoying. Hello? Why are we not grabbing you? There we go. That was weird. There we go. Color aura. Alright, slash fin backseating spill. Oh, no, Medusa. Backseating is highly encouraged here. Highly encouraged. Invalid assignment of property key underscore color aura with value of type color. So it's not getting the color aura. Not getting color aura here. Not getting color aura. Is it custom shader parameter? Yes, it is. It is. Get mode, inspect, set default texture parameter. No. Might need like set color aura value or something. Look up. Sengo, welcome in. Look at that exclamation mark game. I already knew someone was gonna come in and do that. I already knew it. I had the idea. Look at that. Thinking ahead. Pro streamer moves over here. How you doing, Sengo? Welcome in. Shader material. I wonder if we can access get shader parameter. Shader.get shader parameter, maybe. Doing good. How about you? Doing pretty good. We're just trying to figure out how to access our shader parameter. Get shader parameter. And then snag that. Do that. No. Can we set it? Maybe we don't need the shader? Nah. Weird. Get. Love to help you, but I can't code. I just enjoy watching. Hey, I appreciate it. You already are helping. From just by being here, just by watching, by following, you're already helping a ton with growing our game studio that we're doing. So welcome in, please continue. Do you come from C++ background or other? Just curious what you got, what got you into Godot and what level you use it at. So I started, technically, I did some C++ work back in university, and then I got kicked out of university and immediately ended up going on a big drop down into a state of depression, forgot everything. And so we've basically started from scratch without any prior programming experience, really. So technically, some C++ background. The only thing that ever really stuck with me was just the include input-output stream using namespace std because I was lazy, and then good old int main and cout hello world \n. That's about all that stuck with me here. Oops. That's about it that stuck with me. So I would love to learn more C++ because I think I do enjoy C++ a lot. I think it's really interesting. I just we're starting with GDScript because it's a simple language to learn, relatively easy to learn. So I'm trying to do that, really get the grasp of all the programming ideas, and then eventually we could move to something else. But yeah. What is this? Sphere, get surface material override, set shader parameter. There it is. Get shader parameter gets the value, set shader parameter sets it. Right. String must match the uniform in the shader. The line here is red because you were trying to assign the left side of a constant void to a color. Wait, the left side is a constant? Void? Right, this is why I ask. Some people are C++ game devs, pick up an engine. Others come from a more design background. Maybe you use GD scripts as C#. Yeah, I don't really, I really come from no background, really. Like, no game dev background, no programming background, really. I wouldn't count the C++ that I learned as like a background, because it was literally Hello World was about it. So yeah, I wouldn't say basically starting from nothing, and we've just been learning. And I think Godot is hands down like the best for learning. Did you learn how arrays are pointers to memory? I remember something about like pointer, but that's really it. Oh yeah, Rust devs are famously evangelistic. I'll say it has its ups and downs. I learned a little bit. Like I know in C you need to specify the memory for the most. If you don't need to, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. So we want our material, set shader parameter, color aura. Oh. Wait. And then we do cut. Paste? Like that. And then we can say aura. Like that. Yeah. Yeah. Do you use Blender? You make your own art? I seem to pick up that you wanted chat people to do art for this. Yes, I do. So that's another part, is part of learning game dev is I have to learn Blender. And so I've made a couple models in Blender and I've been learning Blender quite a bit. Been learning Blender. But because our goal is to create a game studio, that's why basically I just took my weakest skill set, which happens to be Blender, and said, well, we have a lot of like really, really talented 3D artists and just artists in general that are popping in. So why not allow them to share in the profits and make a game together? You want to delegate more? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Because the end goal is creating Freedom Forge Studios, building a game studio that creates not only inspiring, but like truly rewarding games. And so in order to do all that, we do need to build up a team, because the hypothesis is we can build bigger and better games as a team than doing it solo. I don't do this as a hobby. I'm doing this as like, this is my job, if you will. It just so happens that my job is a ton of fun. So, and I thoroughly enjoy all of this. Now, would I love to spend the time and learn Blender, learn like every little detail? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I do know that that's not conducive to growing a game studio. I have more of a tech demo for which I've done art plus code. I'd struggle to flesh out a complete game that will actually play. I need art help, really. But it was definitely infinitely more enjoyable to dabble with both code and art. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a ton of fun messing around with both of them. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. The cool thing is someone can dedicate their entire life to become an expert in one specific field, but alas, time. Yeah. And so that's kind of what we're trying to solve here is like Davros. The thing you're saying is what a lot of people seem to have, where they don't have the time to like fully flesh out an entire game, but they do have time and they enjoy making a model here and there, making a mechanic here and there. And so we're basically trying to bring that together and say, well, hey, why not work with us together? You still get the whole benefit of doing the work that you want to do. You get the benefit of keeping your assets that you make, like still maintaining ownership of those. And on top of that, you can also share in the profits that we end up making with this game. And on top of all of that, you're doing it for a good cause. We're building up a studio. We're trying to basically change the way that the gaming industry is currently functioning, or the top players are. And that is because the whole hypothesis we're building this studio off of is by prioritizing the player experience first as compared to revenue. In doing so, we're going to create not only better games, but just a more positive work environment in general. And so that's the hope. That's the hypothesis. And we're just going to keep relentlessly pursuing that and never allowing the revenue to become the most important thing. Now, that being said, I do understand revenue is very important. It is the oxygen to any business. Any business. But at the same time, I still think that through this hypothesis, we're going to have, we'll have enough revenue to continue our growth. Zoomer Boomer Tumor Cat, focus on work. You're right. You're right. Let's do set shader parameter. And oh, that was a dot. That was not. Bloop. And I think I'm gonna have to do. No, I shouldn't have to do shader parameter. Shouldn't have to. Yeah, I love coding and making art. The problem is that the games end up getting too separate, with the art/story programming evolving on their own separate things. So like, while art is at a certain point, the actual game is in another. Yeah, exactly. Use that quote all the time. When you're right, you're right. And you're right. Wait, what? When you're right, right? All right, Aura set shader parameter. Just take this and just go boom, 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 Aura. Dot. And then we can take this and then do set shader parameter. Boom, boom, boom. And then comma. And delete. And zoop. Look at this. Multi-line editing right there. Whew. Don't have to watch that clip, but it's from and had text. What? Oh, you're right. Good old Spaceballs. All right, let's try it out. See if that worked. But yeah, I really do think that as a team, we can create better games than if we were to all do them solo. I think so. And also, just from like another thing from like a hobbyist perspective is, let's say you really enjoy making models, but you like making games, but you're like, I don't really want to make this mechanic or try to learn how to program this. And it's like, well, that's kind of where we come in. Something I've thought about, like I've never wanted to work at a game studio because I wanted to work on my own ideas. Yeah. But then I want to code them. There you go. All right, here we go. Moment of truth. It worked. Whew. It worked. Okay. Now the next step is we need to make sure this is the stealing aura. So of course it's not gonna go away until we steal an object. But what we need to do now is make it so it only shows on one character, on the character that uses the button. on the character that uses the button. Yup. That's what we need. That's what we need. Okay. There's a couple different methods we can use. Let's go to the human controller. And then we have on the button pressed, use power up. I think what we need to do is in use power up. I think we want to check to make sure we are Zaval Thrita. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes that you can use to welcome people to the team. What up, Fishy? How you doing? Welcome in. Yes, you can either set this per geometry instance, hard but efficient, or you can simply duplicate. Boom, team. You can simply duplicate the material on each player, right? Or is a multiplayer code path thing? Is it a multiplayer code path thing? I think it's a multiplayer code path thing. And just say, hey, only do this for this character. I think that's the approach. I think. Now we do this, do that, and let's try that. Although that might not work either. That might not work either. Enough backseating for now. No sweat. There's no such thing as too much backseating. No, no, no. Let's see. And then we need to do that movement speed. Bloop, 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 bloop. There we go. Grab that. Ugh. What up, Daniel Pancake? Welcome in. Boop, 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 doo. Bam, bam, bam. Wait, were you here earlier? Could have sworn you were here earlier, Daniel. Could have sworn. That's a banana. That's another banana. We're just looking for a power up. Yesterday. Wait, yesterday? You weren't here today? Am I really going crazy? Maybe I'm just mixing the days up. Holy moly. Holy moly. Skip this ad. Get out of here. Daggone ad. Tell you what. Define today. Within the past however many hours we've started streaming. Yeah. Boom. It's 11 p.m. for me. Yeah, so like, weren't you here at like 9 or 8 your time? I thought so. Maybe not. Boom. Nuts. It still goes for everyone. Well, Frick, how you doing? Welcome in. Now I wonder. I could have sworn Daniel Pancake. I could have sworn. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Yeah, I could be going crazy. I probably am. Probably. I mix all my days up. Mixing them all up. Alright, that didn't work. And then bloop, grab all you. Shift tab. Save. Crazy. I was crazy once. Anyways, what matters is that I'm here. Indeed. Indeed. Alright. So, this is what's going on. When we change the shader parameter, when we do this, it changes it on one material because all of the materials are the same. They all share the same shader. And I think that's why it's changing it on everyone. I was hoping there was a way where we could say, hey, only change it on this one. But the fact that they all share, that's rough. Oh, I had this problem for my multiplayer. Did you? Make it in local space. You're saying do... like, make the resource local to scene? Yup. Now, the problem, though, is if we make it unique, it's not going to change for every mesh. That was the other difficult part. You might not need unique. But local to scene for sure. Okay. Because the rough part is that, as you can see, we have 5 surface material overrides in one thing here. We have another one here that brings it to 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 10 different surface override materials, which is not good. All of the future models are going to have hopefully only 1 or 2, and we'll bake the textures in. But yeah, so that makes it a little bit difficult for us. And the way we're approaching it is we're just changing one of them, and because they're all the same shader, it changes all of them. So if we make it local, will that mess up what we're doing? That's the question. And I guess there's only one way to find out. Maybe. Godot chat GPT time. Nah. We're just going to send it. We're going to press local on all of them. Local. Worst case, we just turn off local. Local. And local. Remember to save first. Commit. Or commit. It's too late. It's too late. We'll just do it on a couple of them. Do it on a couple of them and see what happens. It's never too late. It is. It is indeed. All right. We just did it on a couple. So if it works, what's going to happen is it will only go on one character, and I think only their body is going to light up. If it worked. Or it'll be the opposite way and their body doesn't light up. All right, let's grab this. Nuts. I should really change the movement speed. Yeah, next time we do this, we're changing the movement speed before we start the next... Oh, wait, I brought it to the wrong can. This is compost, not trash. Compost. Bada bing, bada boom. A can. Boing, boing. Trash. Love when testing organically leads to game design tweaks. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a big approach we're trying to take here. Made this change because I was tired of it being so slow. Yeah. I mean, that's part of it, though, is you need to play your game a lot in order to understand what the problems are, what the good parts are, and then tweak from there. Man. Like, we also, from playing the game, we've also learned that we should change the points, how much everything is worth. There we go. All right, moment of truth. Boom. What? 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 It did it on all of them. Local to scene didn't do anything? It worked, right? They didn't look like it worked. They all lit up. Check the box all the way up. up to the mesh. Oh, make the mesh local to scene, you're saying. I just made the shader. Here it is. Yeah, no. Nothing happened. Okay. It's gotta be the whole stack. And we should, so do we need to keep local to scene on this as well? And then move next? I would for now. Local. Local. Resource. Local. I can't. No, that was everything local that I could make local. Sure, why not? I have no idea. Bad Cop, how you doing? Welcome in. Let's undo that real quick. Boom. Local, boom. Local, boom. And local, boom. Bang. Might just make unique to a degree and not save, so the resource IDs are mapped to the scene and not the saved resource. Yeah. If we do that, everything breaks. I won't lie, this is one of my least favorite things in Godot. What, the changing things to local? Or me using Godot? That's a lot of people's least favorite parts of Godot, is me using it. No, just when resources get shared between instances. See, we're taking advantage of that, though. Change one, it breaks everything. Yeah, that's how we're doing. Oh, crap, no one reminded me about the speed boost. Ah, you're a funny guy. Thank you. There we go. Okay, that works again. What up, CSLR? Welcome in. So it works. And this is why the reason we like using all of them to be shared is purely for the ability of just setting one mesh and it sets them all. But the problem is it sets it on every character because they all share the exact same shader. If you open up these resource files, you can see when a resource is defined in that file and has a mapping ID. Right? Do instance uniform. An instance uniform. Ooh. In the shader? So like in the shader code, have an instance as like a float or something, or an int. This thing. Boop. Copy. And paste to Rooney. Bloop. Boom. I spent 20 minutes trying to fix an issue before I realized dictionaries are referenced types. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Oh, CSLR, you might be proud of me here. Last night, I coded out of my mind. Out of my mind. And I got a drag and drop working. I don't know what it was, but it was the pure silence. I thought about when I saw you programming on stream and how fast you were going. That's how fast I was going. I was zooming. And we got a you could pull from a 3D viewport or just a 2D image. You could click and drag the object out into the world, and you can do things with it, move it around, and drop it, pick it back up. Really cool. Really cool. Let's see. You say I'm fast, but I'm like average speed. If you're average speed, then that means that I am that of like a toddler. And I refuse to believe I am a toddler. This thing. Mesh set instance parameter. We did this. When using per instance uniforms, there are some restrictions you should be aware of. I'm just so locked in. Yeah. I think getting locked in is the big part. Yeah. As a workaround, you can pass... Per instance, uniforms do not support textures. We don't care about that. We don't use a texture. Uniform vector 4. Instance index. But what is instance index? Per instance, uniform values. Shader. Per instance, uniforms value. Go up. Here we go. Sometimes you want to modify a parameter on each node using the material. As an example, in a forest full of trees, you want each tree to have a slightly different color that is editable by hand. Without per instance uniforms, this requires creating unique material for each tree. Oh crap. We got ads playing. We're gonna chuck on the words real quick. Heading to level 1. Lots of fun. And then when we get back, because I need more water, we're going to look into per instance uniforms. Per instance uniforms. We need this working. We need it moving. We need it grooving. We need it all. So I'll be right back real quick. And boop, boop. Yikes. Yikes. All right, turn that off. Welcome back from ads, everyone. Whew. Boom. Hope they're fun, exciting, entertaining. There we go. Whew. All right, per instance uniforms. Per instance uniforms. So sometimes you want to modify a parameter on each node using the material. As an example, in a forest full of trees, want to edit them by hand without per instance uniforms. This requires creating a unique material for each tree. Right. This makes material management more complex, has a performance overhead due to the scene requiring more unique material instances. Vertex colors should be used here, but they don't require creating unique copies of the mesh for each different color, which also has performance overhead. Per instance uniforms are set on each geometry instance rather than on each mesh instance. Take this into account when working with meshes, have multiple materials assigned to them, or a multi-mesh setup. So, instance uniform. If no default value is provided, there's a type default used, opaque black, for colors. So, after saving the shader, you can change the per instance uniforms value using the inspector. And then we would do set instance shader parameter my color. Oh. Oh. They don't support textures. There's a practical maximum limit of 16 instance uniforms per shader. That means like one shader can be used 16 times from the sounds of it. If your mesh uses multiple materials, the parameters, the first material found will win. Over the subsequent ones, let's say have the same name, index, and type. Okay. So we want to set, in our code, we want instance uniform for our color. For our color, instance uniform. I'm telling you now, please don't enable me or apocalypse will happen. What do you mean enable you? Huh? Albedo, my color. Per instance uniform, not supported textures. It's hard to explain. Gotcha. It's like a metaphor. I'm Mucruz. I'll be real, I have no idea what you're talking about here. Not even a clue. Let's see. Uniform vector 4, my color, source color, instance index 5. Material set shader parameter, some value, some value. If you run into the above situation, you can avoid clashes by manually specifying the index. But how do we set... Oh, okay. I think I see it. Set instance. So uniform vector 4 for the color. We just want to write instance in front of it. That's all we want to do. So we go to our shader. Alligator. alligator shader. We'll pop you up. And the instances that we're going to want are going to be the color aura instance, the color rim instance, and then we're going to want the on off instance. Boom. Okay. Then we come to our code, and instead of set shader parameter, set instance parameter. Right? Set instance shader parameter. Set boom, boom, instance shader parameter. Tween property. But how do you tween an instance? Probably next pass dot we'll leave that for now. And let's see what that does. Single player test. Start. Oh, I keep forgetting the speed. Movement speed. Movement speed. Movement speed. After this one, movement speed. When this works, because it's gonna work first try. Okay, I can't even, hello, there we go. Man, oh man. Gotta admit, this jiggle bone on the tongue, perfect. It's perfect. Bloop. Boom. The jiggle trees had a nice little movement. I'd really still like to get this grass moving though. The game is perfect. I wouldn't say that, Matt. I wouldn't say that. It's definitely getting there. It's better. Oh my lord. Definitely getting there. Ship it? We can't ship it yet. Can't ship it yet. Because we're still having the issue with our UI, which is a huge pain in the butt. It's just a lot of little bugs. Little bugs. All right, here we go. Boom. And it breaks. Non-existent function. Set instance shader parameter. What do you mean? Didn't stop No Man's Sky or Cyberpunk. That's true. Set instance shader parameter. It's saying that doesn't exist though. What? I think you could get away with shipping it. Nah, we couldn't. We don't even have a complete game loop. Like when the game's over, it just ends. Like nothing happens. Nothing happens. Mesh instance 3D. Set instance shader parameter. But it's saying it doesn't exist. How? Oh, is it because we're doing... We get the surface override material. dot next pass. And then we're trying to set instance shader parameter. But it's not finding that. Let's just do this real quick. Yeah, it still doesn't find that. Interesting. So it's not the right material then. What if we do hat? Then it gets it. Uh-huh. I don't think this is going to be proper, though. I don't think it would know which one to do. Boom. Let's just see, I guess. The speed! Alright, we're going to the aura real quick. We need to go to the heavy. Where is it? Where are you? I think it's in the item base, actually. Item base is heavy. Let's find you. Is heavy equals value. So movement speed equals 2.5. Let's do 5.0. Yeah. Wait, but this is a... Huh. What is it doing? Movement speed. Should be the multiplier, right? I don't think this even works right. Man. How annoying. Very interesting. Host. Test. Multiplayer. Connect. Ready, start. Whoa. Bounce down, down, down. All right, that's a little faster. Kind of waddling with a purpose now. I don't think that's as bad. And bloop. Nope. Yeah, kind of waddling with the purpose. Although it's not... It's a little too fast. It needs to be slightly slower. Power up time, finally. All right. Boom. I used it and nothing happened. Nice. Nice. Let's see what it says. What? What? Scene setter. It didn't get a proper scene. Weird. Very, very weird.
That means
Let's skip this dumb ad. There we go. Goodbye, ad. Okie doke. Panel container. Item base. Let's go back to, where are you? Item base real quick. Nope, human controller. If is heavy. We'll say 4.2. I think that would be good. Alligator. And this just didn't work. But the errors we were getting weren't anything to do with this. Which is weird. Let's do print type 0. One. And then type 2. Save. Play. The reason we're doing this print here is just to see if we can get, if we're even getting that, which we should be, because we were before. But I don't know if there was some difference when we just changed to an instance thing. Uniform instance uniform. Whatever you call it. Whatever you call it. Let's see. Bloop, bloop. Turtle. Boom. Nope. And bloop. Here we go. Boom. I don't know if I saw something and it just didn't last long, or it didn't have the time to tween, or if I'm going crazy. Could be going crazy. We're really looking for like a stealing one. The stealing power up is nice because it just stays there. Yeah, I'm not noticing anything. Interesting. I also don't think the power-ups are visually spawning in. There's another power-up. Turtle. Yeah, no. Power-ups are just not working. And it's getting the types, so it is going off. But this isn't working. Tween out of bounds. Started with no tweeners. Okay. Global transform. Speed boost aura. Time should be greater than 0. What do you mean? Are you not greater than 0? Duration as a float. Speed boost aura. You are greater than 0. What? 9? Alligator enable aura. Tween property shader parameter off. Does not exist. Interesting, because it's an instance. That's why. And that's why it's probably not showing. So let's go at our... Oh. Wait, what? The things that we instanced are not showing up in the inspector anymore. Huh. Even though they're uniform. Interesting. See if we can tween this. So instead of doing that, let's turn it on. So we should do hat dot set instance shader parameter. Shader, actually no, it's just on off. Expected to, and then a value, 1. But you can't tween that. Let's undo that. Let's try this. Let's do hat dot set instance shader parameter, string name on off, value 1. Let's see what happens. See if it just flashes on. Bow, down, bow, bow, bow. Whew. All right, here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Turtle. Boom, 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 boom. That's a long countdown. Indeed it is. Oh. Okay. Okay. That worked. That worked. Oh, nuts. This is going to be awful. So the way we have to do this, you can kind of see it. It's only on the hat right now. Only on the hat. Why does the fanny pack... Wait, what does the fanny pack do, by the way? I haven't been here in like 2 weeks. Oh, it's basically our action bar, if you will. It's our little action bar. So what it does is you pick up a power-up, and the power-ups go inside those little spheres. But we got to work on the art for it, and then also fix some other things with it. Yeah. Ooh, neat. Yeah, indeed. All right, so this works. This works. We want to tween this property, though. Huh. So maybe... How do we tween one of those? Set shader. Let's do this. Let's do a quick, good old pop over to X real quick. And we'll go to Grok. And we'll say Hey, in Godot. What is this? Draw me? I might have gotten a little sidetracked. But it said to draw me. Oh. 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 This one. Now I look badass. That looks nothing like me. That's me. That's me right there. Draw me like one of your French Covinos. It thinks I'm a girl. With glowing eyes. Bottom left? That looks like a girl, though. Look at the chest on that. That is... I know I got a big chest, but like, come on. Come on. Look at how rounded that is. You are a pretty girl. Oh, thank you. Oh, now that's me right there. Look at that. That is cool. That is cool. That's me. Oh, that could be me. Super attractive. There we go. In neon noir. Surrounded by mist with fiery gaze. I look nothing like any of these. You let me down. Okay, let's get out of this. I didn't mean to do this. Okay. Hey, in Godot 4.4, we're using the steampunk cyborg looks the most like a girl. What do you mean? It had a beard. Do you have a beard, iHeart? Set instance shader parameter. We're using instance shader parameters. Set instance shader parameter. It had a feminine face. Yeah, but it had one of those masculine feminine faces, you know, like a Jon Snow. Hey, in Godot 4.4, we're using instance shader parameters, set instance shader parameter. But it was a muscle mommy, one could say. No. No. Jon Snow isn't feminine. What? Jon Snow. I spelled John wrong. Okay, now, if he had I thought he had a more V shape and less manly features. Never mind. More like a twink. Look at that forehead. Yeah, that's true. Very manly. But we're trying to tween one of the parameters. How would one go about this? Could you provide me some Godot document links? What up, Rodrigo? Welcome in. Oh, that's cool. What? There's a limit now? I never had a limit. Oh. Oh. It scammed you with the temptation of the pictures. It might have, yeah. You could try llama. Here, that's good. The thing is, Grok has just been the best. It's performed the best out of any that I've tried. I can give llama a try, though. Okay, let's see. Oh, llama, yeah. To tween an instance shader parameter in Godot, you can use a tween to, well, we already know, tween method to call it with interpolation values. Use tween method. This allows you to tween the method call by passing interpolated values. So we create a tween, and then we're going to do create the tween. Tween.tween method. And then oh, I see. So we're basically manually tweening it in order to do that. Huh. What is this one? Alternative. This is not instance specific. No, we need instance specific. So tween.tween method. And we need a method call, which we should be able to do set. No, we would need to set it as a function. So a function to set the instance parameter. Yeah, let's do that. So let's do a function to set instance parameter. Func set instance parameter, taking in the mesh as a, where's hat? Mesh instance 3D. Mesh instance 3D. We want the parameter as a string. And then we want the value as a float. Like that. Void. Boom. And then all we got to do is say, oh wait, moved over. There we go. Mesh dot set instance shader parameter with parameter and value. Boom. So now we have a function for setting our instance parameter, used for tween method. And now in enable Aura, instead, we're going to say var tween dot tween method set instance parameter, taking in hat on off and 1.0. Because it returns void. Don't return anything then, nerd. Expected 4. We can do it this way. Make it nice. And then the tween method needs also a method call. Oh, wants it as a callable. That might be fine. Not returning anything, is still returning void. Ah, gotcha. But it wants it as a method, like a callable, which might be a little problematic because we need to be able to specify what we're looking for here. I'm gonna just shrink this and slap it over here. Could wrap it in a lambda. What do you mean by that? From variant, which is, this is turning it on. From to over. What OS use? I use Microsoft or Windows. Microsoft. Oh my lord. Windows. Just Windows. But also, Dead Tickon. Welcome in. First time chat. Bada bing, bada boom. And then we need to set trans. And then tween. Oh, so this is the translation. We want it to go linear. And then we want to use Microsoft, but they sure use me. That's true. Ease. Tween, ease in and out. Always want to ease in and out. Ease in and out. And then that should be good. Now, I'm curious if this will work without doing it. Have you tried Linux? I have tried Linux. I have. But Linux just has too many problems when it comes to, it's a lot of hoops and things you got to jump through if you want to game, if you want to stream. It gets kind of annoying. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes that you can use to welcome people to the team. Do set instance parameter bind. Callable. Bind returns copy of the callable with one or more arguments bound. Oh. So if I want to do a callable, but I still want to set very specific things, I just do a dot bind. That sounds easy enough. I actually got Linux on my laptop, and I'm trying to switch back to Windows because I severely underestimated how much stuff only works on Windows. Yeah, that's the big thing. That's why I don't think Linux is great. There's not enough compatibility. Which distro? I've tried a bunch. I've used Debian. I've used Ubuntu. I used Kali, of course. People have told me to try Mint. I think I used Arch at one point. But it's just not... It's not good if you want to be a game. If you want a game, I recommend Arch and Nix. Yeah, a lot of people have been recommending that. It's just, I don't think Linux is the play for gaming. I just don't. I hate the latest Windows, but I wouldn't switch to Linux. Yeah. All right, moment of truth. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Oh, man. Yo, that guy, Bruce. How you doing? Here we go. What is this? Method call, set instance parameter. Method expected 3 arguments, but was called with 4. Oopsies. Method was called with 4. Hat, on, off. There's it being called with 3. Doing good? How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I can play all games I want on Linux. You can, like probably 80% of them, like Miniscruff is saying. But it doesn't work out of the box, which is the rough part. That's the really annoying part. Like I'm not saying you can't do things on Linux. It's just that you have to jump through hoops. And it's like, why am I going to use my time jumping through hoops when I could just stick to Windows and not have to jump through hoops? You know, it's just not worth the time investment. Like, don't get me wrong. I would love to use Linux. It seems really cool. And just to say, yeah, I use Linux. But it just doesn't, it's not where it needs to be. It's not where it needs to be. No, I installed graphics drivers in Steam. Yeah, you can. Yeah, Proton and Steam, right. But it's still not going to get you every single game. Like, for example, if you want to use... Oh, again, also in just what you said, you have to install a bunch of things. That's just more hoops to jump through, you know? It just doesn't seem worth it. Yeah, you can't play kernel level anti-cheat games. True. And it's just... Yeah. Nothing of, like... I would love to use Linux. It's just not... It's not worth it. Not in its current state anyways. Not worth it for someone like me. Because what benefits does Linux have over Windows? If I need to convince you, it's not you. You have already... you have to already want it, basically. Right, but like, why would I want it? Like, what is the benefit? Bro, I'm back at web development. Back where I started. Oh, is that a good thing, Bruce, or a bad thing? Port Proton solves these problems. Gosh, look at all those warning and errors. There's not many. There's not many. Whoa, quick, iHeart, what is that over there? Huh, weird. They, there's no warnings or errors at all. Huh. Performance, general development, customization. Performance, that's a non-issue for me. Like, I haven't had any performance issues on Windows, really. So that's a non-issue. General development, I don't know what that means. Customization, I don't care about customization that much. Not that much. No performance issues, eh? Nope, none at all, iHeart. None at all. Boom. Set instance parameter bind hat off 1. I wonder if we don't need the value. Unix. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to look that up, but yeah. What is hat? Hat is literally the hat mesh. The hat mesh. Want to know how many errors are on Chicken Chasers when I run it? Oh god, how many? 10 billion? 20 billion? Good, because now I can show my skills to my parents because my mom has a business and I am building her a website. Oh, nice, Bruce. That's awesome. That's awesome. 0 errors, 0 warnings. Want to know why? Yeah, why? Hat, set instance, shader parameter. Dot bind on off. Yeah, but we're calling this function here. And we're going to want it to tween, not just the hat. I guess maybe we just have to do a bunch of tweens then. Because I fix them when they come up. Oh, interesting. I mean, all of our errors are what we're working on right now. The only reason to switch to Linux is the general feeling of superiority to Windows users. Yikes. Yikes. Yeah, but it's just a wrapper function for another one. Basically, yeah. Basically, it's that way we can just call this because we needed a callable. But maybe that's unnecessary. Maybe. I really like the UI of Ubuntu, TBH. Wish I could get that on Windows. Let's try hat set instance shader parameter bind. Hat dot set instance shader parameter bind on off 1. Like that. Set instance shader parameter. Why is that? Yeah, it should be good. All right, we'll give that a go now. Bow, bow. I will admit, like, there's a lot of really good looking UIs on Linux that I've seen. Like, really, really good. It looks beautiful. But, I mean, I don't really need it. And it's the cost, the time cost it would take me to do something like that, to customize it and learn how to navigate through it. It's just not worth it. It's really not. Why is that one still giving us an orb? I don't care much for the visual customizations, but I do care for the keybind customizations for navigation. Keybind customizations? I try and use keyboard only as much as possible. Ah, I see what you're saying. That is something I've been interested in, is learning things like Vim and like only navigating using your keyboard. It seems pretty cool, but, and yeah, maybe if you really, really know what you're doing, you get a slight speed increase. That's nice trash. Yeah, it's just a really heavy, big piece of trash. But I wonder like just how much faster only using keyboard is. It's definitely not a slight increase. You think it's more than a slight? The more trash cushion for the pushing? I don't know if I would say that. Don't know if I would word it that way. I think it's just belongs in the dumpster. Belongs in the dumpster. I think that's a solid. Yeah, we'll say that. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Boom. Where's all of our power-ups? I know my worth. Snaps fingers. That's good. That's good. Everyone should definitely know their own worth and then realize that they're probably wrong. Wow. Wow, indeed. Wrong, because people tend to underestimate themselves. They say that they are worth far less than what they actually are. Worth far less. You thought I was going the other way with it, didn't you? But no. Oh, that's nice. We will stay. It's definitely way more than a slight increase, yes, but I go from Linux to Mac for work. I probably lose 30 to 50% of my efficiency because of the lack of keybinds. Huh. You were on thin ice. Just the way I like it. Just the way I like it. Alligator tweened property does not exist. Oh, because that's the disable. That's fine. Why? Bound? Comparing me to my coworkers is so funny. My boss actually hates I use NeoVim and not a modern IDE but still gets things done as fast as I do. Wait, your boss gets things done as fast as you using a modern IDE? Or are you saying, oh, that you use NeoVim, but you get them? I see what you're saying. Never mind. I see what you're saying. They get it done so fast. Dang. What are your words per minute? Like how fast do you type? About 100? That's it? And it still makes you that much faster? Way more efficient with 100 words per minute than a mouse. What? Are you telling me I need to switch to Vim? But I feel like the big thing is I need to know what I'm doing first, don't I? Like, I type relatively fast. It's keyboard navigation instead of GUI mouse navigation. It's a huge time saver in the long run. But I got those FPS skills. Getting used to it is the long part. It's not even comparable. Maybe I turn my laptop and use that. Move your mouse. Wait, the time you move your hand to your mouse, I've already moved to the file I want. Huh. I was 4 years into my career before I picked it up. 10 years later, still going strong. Maybe 1 month learning curve. Huh. Man, let me just make sure my typing's still decent. Feel through then want during for world this run order during over large now by call tell then time those say first after also see follow a also. I messed up really bad. That's not a good time. That's not good. User stats. Yeah. Yeah. Game dev with Godot is not always the best comparison because you do a lot of editor drag and drop for sure. I don't actually. Like I know you can like drag and drop for the on-readies, but I prefer typing them. Web dev / backend work, it's all code and terminal stuff. So you'd be slower with Vim / NeoVim because bindings are not just A through Z. Ah. Interesting. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Man, I wonder. Because that has been always something that is like caught my attention. Like, oh, when I'm a programmer, oh. Yeah, 100 words per minute is more like 70 programming words per minute. When you add more special characters and stuff. True. I mean, I could do that real quick. I think it's gonna be really bad, actually. We do, wait, it's words. And then, no. Where was it? There's a place you can change the language. You could change it to GD script. Oh, here it is. Duh. GD script. This one I definitely am very slow at. So I'd have to be at 100 words per minute in programming words per minute in order to be good with Vim. Exit. I already messed up. Exit tree. Get. Set get. Get node. Breakpoint. Yield. Print. Append. User is in group. Gross. That is gross. Gross. Hotkeys are also uppercase too. How Hard part is deciding what to type, not how fast you type it. Yeah, I've heard that a lot. 100 words per minute, programming stuff, you need to add more special characters. I read that. 100 words per minute is easy. I think 100 easy words per minute is fine. More than that isn't going to yield much more speed. Got 51 in non-programming. What? You're telling me you got 51 in just the custom... The 15 second? Oh, it's 10 seconds now. Wait, they changed it. Oh, they changed the... It used to be 15. Oh, because time. Never mind. That was words. Huh. Alright, we got ads playing. We're gonna chuck on the words. Heading to level 1. Lots of fun. Oh, it just started. Who did that? Oh, did I have auto... Did I never turn autopilot off? Oh no. That's... No wonder why we're on level 1. I don't think I ever turned autopilot off. That's awkward. Yeah, I did not. That explains a lot. Tisk, tisk. Basically want to match how fast you can think of the key bindings, you know, understand the code. Yeah, I think I need to understand programming first before I could attempt doing anything like that. For mean with change, see, good word, or leave, very interest, little form back end, who few late through such. Oh, dang. That was 120 raw. All right, I'll be right back real quick, and then when I return, we gotta figure out this set instance nonsense. Nonsense. Boop boop.
Whew, I have returned. Welcome back. Covino, we missed you so much. Oh my lord. Can't believe you were gone for so long. What was I gonna do without you?
Boom, boom. This time I'm turning autopilot off. That way we don't forget. All right.
He has returned.
Indeed, gamer. Indeed. Indubitably. We're gonna... Actually, speaking of words, I think in 2 days, then we can start pulling the marbles back up. Start doing the marbles. Yeah. Yeah. Boom, boom. Yeah, 2 days. All right, let's turn these words off. Ba-doop. Right? Yeah, 2 days. 2 days until marbles. I keep reading the letters wrong. Oof. Oof. All right, let's see. Print type 0. Hat set instance. Shader parameter. Color aura. But it's saying with the errors that it started with no tween. Disable aura. Oh, that actually reminds me. Finding a good programming font is also very good. You might not have even thought about your font before. Actually, I did think about the font. I have thought about the font quite a bit. And I've tested a couple, but none have been as good as just the whatever font the baseline Godot is. At least I haven't found any to be good. I'm curious though. Comic Code. This is the one I use. It's actually fun. Oh. Comic Code is a monospace adaptation, most infamous yet most popular casual font, designed specifically for programming, as the name suggests, which is a corner of typography that involves intensive typing that feels more akin to handwriting than typesetting. Comic Sans is definitely not devoid of criticism. Poor outline and spacing qualities stick out to me, which I addressed in Comic Code. I'd be down to try it a little bit. If you're not sure if you want to commit yourself to a paid font like this, I have a trial version with limited character set. Ah, that costs money. Comic Mono. Yeah, I don't know. Comic Mono. I would try the free version. Gets you a lot of the way. What does it mean by like a lot of the way? And then wait, let's copy this link. Wait, what the heck? I'll just do this. Copy. And a little bit of paste. There it is. And then nerd fonts. It's basically some of the edge case glyphs you probably rarely use anyways. So just fallbacks to a default font. Ah. What is this? Oh, these for like little characters and logos and stuff? That's neat. What do you use this for? Yeah, they show up in terminal apps and editors like NeoVim. Oh, that's really cool, actually. Or like, you could probably use this for Obsidian too. Let's try this. How much is this, first off, before I even look? Oh, you have to... They're all $12? What? No, it's a full set, not each. Oh, but still. I didn't realize just how expensive. Just how expensive this actually is. Demo regular? Like, fonts are expensive. Holy moly. Comic code demo regular. Add to cart. Probably want the TFF or TTF. I use it on everything. My editor, Godot, my browser. Wow. I don't know what this means. Add. View cart. Do I have to put in information though? I do. Yeah, nope, sorry. Maybe comic mono. We'll try out the comic mono first. Open. Install. Okay. And then project or editor settings. Then we can go to main font. No, I'd have to put the font in here. Code font. What? I guess I'll just drag the file in. Just test it here first. Yeah. Comic mono. Copy that in. I think I slammed it in the wrong thing, yeah. Put it under assets. Bloop. Alright. Editor settings. Code font. CMG Griffin, another streamer, built a similar one if you like ligatures. What is a ligature? Copy. I never dove into anything like this. Enlightenment superiority. No rights. Built upon Comic Sans. Interesting. Ligatures to Comic Sans is serious business. I'm gonna save this. Oh, there it is. I don't know how I feel about this. Oh, when you combine the greater than or equal to. I don't like those. Because sometimes, like, the ones in... yeah. Yeah, I was concerned about the price. You have to remember, Mini Scruff, I am broke. Like, broke. So I can't be trying to do it. The only ligatures I like are the arrow ones. I don't like the greater than equals things. How it like puts it on top. I don't like that. Editor settings. Main. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. It feels childlike. The other ones aren't bad, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. Yeah, it does kind of feel kid-like for a while. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely interesting. It's just me. Don't take it so serious. True. True. I am not a fan of the font. Yeah, it's definitely different. It's definitely different. I feel like I'm playing in programming. I don't know why. Each letter is very readable, but to each their own. I was letting you know there's something to consider. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'll give it a try for a bit. In worst case scenario, just remove it, but... Huh. I do wonder if there's anything to be said about increasing productivity using a different font. Helps me anyways to reduce difficulty to read for long periods. Yeah, that's definitely a thought. All right, let's see here. What's going on? We need to do this. And do this. Do this. And then say 0. And 0, 1. I have some dyslexia, so good fonts help a lot. Yeah, I could see that. We had the open dyslexic font on Realm Rapture, and I think that was nice in terms of like a game, but not playing a game. Or no, sorry, no, like in terms of playing a game, but not writing a game. Not writing. Like we got this silly font here that we're using for this game. And I think this is the font we're going with. Or something along those lines. There's an open dyslexia for programming too, yeah. Just without the ligatures. With or without, yeah. Alright, let's see it. Nuts, nothing happened. Howdy Ryan, how you doing? Nothing happened. Oh, that's not good. Nothing happened. Oh my lord, this is very different. Very different. Okay, so we have navigation map, synchronization error, attempted to merge navigation, pylon edge. Nope, we don't care about that. I don't know why it's saying it's less than 0. Expected 2 arguments, but was called with 3. Set instance shader. Wait, instance shader parameters called with 3? What do you mean? Oh. Oh. We don't need the final value then? Or the start value we don't need. Maybe we don't need a start value. Nope, we do. Huh. Set instance shader parameter. Binding. 2 things. But saying it was called with 3 on both of them. But they're clearly not called with 3. It's set instance shader. That's getting too many. Right. But we're binding only 2. Yeah, it must be some nuance with bind. That's why I was thinking doing this. But maybe we do set instance parameter and then we bind. Maybe. Let's give it a go. Hat bind set instance on. Oh, maybe. We can try that. Hat bind set instance shader. Nah, that's not gonna work. Never a fan of bind / call style Godot. Kind of follows similar things with JavaScript with this. I haven't used many bind stuff before. We've only done a bind on a custom signal before. And that was it. That's for the color picker. We actually use it. What? I'm going to try doing the set instance parameter like wrapper thing again. Because I wonder. So set instance parameter, but it's callable. So then we want to bind it. And we want to call hat. We want to call the parameter as a string on off. And then we want to call the final value being 0. Never heard about this bind logic. What's it for? It's a great question. Basically, to my understanding at least, it's basically how to call something on a callable. Yeah. To add more arguments to it. So let's try that. And of course, we just need to set it to 1 now. See if that works. It would make sense to use it without parameters, but yeah. Gotta fix that trash. Should also do fix the countdown. Boom, 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 boom. Dang. There's just so many little tiny things we gotta fix. Little tiny things. Take this to the dumpster. Take this to the dumpster. Dang it, compost. Just found out I have to do a backend, which I've never done for website. Never done any of that in my life. Oof. You have to do the full backend. Aren't there don't most website builders do the backend for you? I thrive in the backend. Do you know? Doing lots of squats, eh? It's fun. No. Sometimes we just can't. There we go. All right, please work. Please work. That didn't seem right. Let's try it again. Nope, nothing went off. Let me fix this strength aura real quick. Delete. That one's fixed now. Look at the error. I don't use a website builder. I do HTML, CSS, JS, Python. Better for backend than JS. I usually use JS for the logic. That was nothing. Error calling, node alligator set instance parameter. Method expected 3, but was called with 4. So it's getting a separate... What is the tween giving it for a parameter? Oh, maybe it's giving its final value. I wonder. Yeah, for other project, then that because I need a payment system. I still don't like why wouldn't someone want to use one of those website builders that have like the ability to add in your own custom code as well? Like, wouldn't that just be easier? You double pay. If you're doing a bit of e-commerce, it's fine. Building anything more complicated becomes more of a burden than it adds value. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because we really, like, I'd love to redo our website. I just don't have any idea how. No idea. You pay for the website builder itself and then the domain name too. No, you could do free website builders. Boom. Man, that didn't do anything either. Yeah, but just want a static site with content, right? That's fine for builders. Even for the most part. And then they do have, I've seen like dynamic builders as well. Some of them are pricey. But like, for example, we're using, we just used Fourth Wall, which is part like an e-commerce platform anyways. Yeah, we just used Fourth Wall. Yeah, I really need to redo this. At some point. I'd like to put a little section about Realm Rapture as well. Or games. Alright, what happened this time? From float to object. Oh, it's getting value first. Okay. Well, in that case, we can just do this. Cut that. Paste that. Comma. Delete. Just submitted my 5th draft of my game trailer to my marketing team. Hopefully this or the 6th will be the last. Holy moly, Gamian. Holy moly. I love how deep y'all are going into this. It's inspiring, and it's like you're putting in the big time work for it, which is good. I've got to cut together a new trailer myself. Hoping to record new footage this week. Have marketing sign off on a trailer script before you spend the time to cut and edit something. Interesting. See, that's a little bit of a benefit. Oh, it worked. Oh, finally. Oh, howdy, Bruce. It finally worked. Okay. Okay. It finally worked. But what I was saying is we have a little bit of a benefit because I'm confident in my marketing abilities, or relatively confident, I should say, with them. So I'm not super concerned when it comes to that. Not super concerned. Okay. Now we need to do this again. Let's try it this way. Let's go delete you. I just watched a video in 2025. It's not just about a game, but making content about your game. True. I really enjoy making YouTube videos. And that kind of content. I enjoy it. But the biggest problem is it just takes so much time. And it's like, once I can get the whole, and that's the part is like, when is it good enough? But getting this whole system up and running with the style guide and making it easy for people to kind of follow while updating the style guide. Once I can get this down, then it's like, then I can finally get back to focusing on YouTube. Because that's one of the big things I really want to do is start pumping out some solid YouTube videos, not just shorts, but like long form as well. Because I have so many ideas. I actually I have a whole notepad of like hundreds of ideas. You can kind of see a little bit of them, but a whole bunch of ideas for YouTube videos. And it's like, I just need the time to actually do them. Because by the end of this year, we're going for probably around 2,000 subs. I think that's a very doable goal. A relatively easy one. I think so. But the big part is just getting shorts going. Getting better shorts. Yeah, I wanted to make devlogs and showcases, but I also need to actually develop the game, do the art, and even the music. Yeah, my first trailer showed no gameplay and was too cinematic. Oof. My second was just gameplay. Third is hopefully a good mix of both. Oh, and I need to make the gameplay trailer next. It's 95% gameplay though, so but it'll take hours to get really good footage. True. I would move your ideas to a Trello board. Another stream even shares his idea board. Ah, interesting. I could. That's just extra work though. Yeah. But like, if other people reach out and they're like, "Oh, I'm looking for a YouTube idea," I will just drop them the entire idea. I'm not going to mention who, but there's another streamer who was talking about an idea, and the poor person, I just dropped on them. Like, they asked me for a little bit of input, and I just dropped like paragraphs on the entire idea breakdown. And I was like, I could keep going if you want me to. Hippity hoppity, did you add my froggity? Not yet, Sammy. Not yet. I would need to make it. Which is a whole nother shebang. Tween dot parallel dot tween method. Actually, let's do this. Boom. And we want hat. We want the body. So let's get enter hat, export var body, mesh instance 3D. We want pants, hat, and limbs. Mesh, instance, 2D, gross. 3D. Body, limbs, boom. That's why I like, what I like of game jams is I can divide the work with others, but on all jams, I ended up doing most of the work, not just the art. Oof. Oof. All right, so then we do hat. Let's do body. Then we need to do... I wonder how many tween parallels we can do. Limbs. And pants. Pants. Yep. There we go. And now we just take all of this. Copy it. Delete you. And then paste. And then we need to just switch these out. So we can go this one. Actually, no, let's do it this way. This one. This one. This one. This one. One. This one. This one. How's the game going so far? Well, we finally figured out the auras. We finally figured them out. And now, for the moment of truth. Did it work? Did this play? Did all of the hours spent? Did this work? Is this the proper way? We're about to find out. We're about to find out. Let's do this. / prediction. Start. Oh, I hate. Boop. Will the auras work? Yes. No. We'll do a quick 2-minute prediction going out. Did it work? Exclamation mark font. Oh, we just got that, Ryan. We just did the font. It's, we're trying it out. It is, we're trying out a new font. Where is it? It is called Comic Mono. Comic Mono. Yeah, Mini Scruff's got it. We're doing the free version thing. Not free version, but the free. Will it work, folks? Be sure to get your predictions in. Will this work? I don't like this current font. Yeah, it's different. It's very different. It was my recommendation. Blame it on me. I mean, I'm the one who's trying it, so to be fair. I'm just giving it a go, seeing how it feels. I don't know how I don't know how I feel about it yet. It's definitely feels more childlike. All right. Will it work? Single player. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. Oh, we got 1.3K points on yes. Let's go. Let's go. Not bad. I wish I could predict. All right. All right. Here we are. It's your moment to win your points. Win points. Yo, cowboy, just finished my stream. Ah, welcome, Pemmy. Howdy, howdy. You can drop by, say hi. Well, hello, hello. Welcome in. Got it working? We're about to find out. Here we go. Start. Oh, wait. North Pole, you saying you got your thing working? Got your thing working. Appreciate the lurk, Pemmy. I need to figure out the button. Ooh, let's go, North Pole. That's awesome. That's awesome. I should bet points without a VPN, but apparently Sweden considers it actual gambling. Ooh. That blows. Here we go. We just picked one up. And it worked. It worked. Oh my lord. Let's do it again. Let's see it again. It worked. It worked. Matt Chirp, you voted on it working, right? Yeah? Yeah, you believed? Oh, wait. Wait. Come on. Come on. You're a turtle. Yes, of course. Here we go again. Boom. Look at that. It only works on one, too. Whoo. Oh, my lord. Prediction. Too sad. I voted no this time. Hey, always believe. Never doubt. Never doubt. Did it work? Yes, it did. Boom. Let's go. Prediction results. Man, oh man. Look at that. Ryan didn't doubt. Whoo! 1.6K. Going to Ryan. Man, oh man. Look at that. Only one person believed. Only one person. And these 4 crazy people didn't believe. Never doubt. Never doubt, folks. I feel bad now. You should feel bad, Mini Scruff. You should feel bad. Doubting. Doubting. I can't believe it. All right, now the most important feature. We should probably commit this. To be fair, I helped, so I voted against myself too. That's true. It's very true. Auras working visually. Also changed font on in editor. And then also shout out to Bad Cop for the instance thing. Set instance shader parameter. But the question is, your editor config should definitely not be committed. Probably not. That's another thing that I haven't quite figured out yet, is the ignores. I haven't quite figured that out. I've just been deleting stuff like this. It was JD who actually sent me a file for this, and I just kind of started deleting things. Editor settings are not saved in your project, I don't believe. They're saved elsewhere. Gotcha. What do you want to ignore? Imported, just things that you don't necessarily need. Yeah, things that like will gunk up the file, especially on builds. All right, let's read these errors. All right. Ooh. Yeah, why is it saying that the time is less than 0? That's strange. It's not even an auto start. Wait time. We'll just change it to 5. Wait time equals duration. Oh, am I not setting duration to anything? That would probably explain a lot. Let's just do that real quick. Strength. But we have a duration here. I thought it's being set somewhere. All right, we need to see multiplayer now. Shouldn't need to change it. Yeah, like temp files. Yeah, yeah. The default one from Godot is already set for you? Oh. I don't know then. I don't remember why I did that. Because I remember changing it. Other. Ready? Start. All right, so now I have a feeling, I have a slight suspicion that this is not going to work. And the reason it's not going to work is because we are not synchronizing anything. But I wonder if that matters. What a long countdown. Yeah, it's a little long. A little long. All right, here we go. Boom. All right, yeah. Oh! We just went flying off the map. Where'd he go? He zoomed. Our speed boost went too fast. Boost. Boost is 9. Let's switch this to like 1.5. Is your editor Comic Sans? No, it is not North Pole. It is Comic Mono. So similar, it's based off of Comic Sans, yeah. It's based off Comic Sans, but it's not. It's this one, Comic Mono. We just wanted to try a different font out, wear it out, see how it feels, see how it looks. Yeah. Whatever happened to 3, 2, 1, go? That's a good point. I don't like Comic Mono on any editor, ever. Not any comic. Yeah, it does feel... I don't know how I feel about it. It feels weird. I will admit, it feels weird. Let's switch this to 5 seconds. It does feel a little weird, a little strange. It feels like my handwriting. Are you telling me your handwriting is comic? Like that good? Okay. So we need to figure out how are we going to... Oh, I guess what we could do is we say synchronizer, and then we want to synchronize the body, and we're going to want to synchronize the what? Like the shader. The on-off value uniform of the shader. How do we do that, though? I write in comic because my cursive is too ugly. Maybe we want to synchronize the alligator and synchronize the mesh, not the mesh color. We're going to have to export something to synchronize. But what? Color auras and rim color? Gotta write in wingdings. Now that, cool, Jim. That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. We should be writing everything we do in wingdings. All right, what are we exporting exactly? I think we want to export the on-off idea. I get one good idea a month, and I wasted it on that. Oof. Yikes. Yikes. Just come up with 2 good ideas a month. Boom. Double your output. You're welcome. That was my good idea. At a place, I mean, it's just text. It's whatever feels easy to read for you, like comic code, because it's very legible and very strong lines, with strong lines. Not the one. So what is the thing that we need to export to get this? To get the change of our auras? Maybe the get instance parameter? But how do you export that? Maybe delete the sync. Maybe we just call it in our thingy. But I don't think that will do anything. Yeah, if we call use power up and just change multiplayer server for the whole thing, I don't think that will work either. Multiplayer.is server. I'm just way too much used to reading straight fonts. Can't stand curvy fonts, maybe. That's fair. I think it is doing something in terms of like my head. It is kind of giving me a little bit of a slight headache, maybe. Just because I'm not used to it, though. I think that's the big reason. Oopsies. I needed to do multiplayer. Yeah, this is more. It was more of an exploration, right? Yeah, instead of exporting, what about just building an animation and playing it? Building an animation. We could, but I don't know. I don't know. Been a bit since I checked on the stream. You trying out multiplayer stuff now? Oh, cool, Jim. We're not trying multiplayer stuff. We're succeeding in multiplayer stuff. Succeeding. We are making a Mario Party-like game that revolves all around lifeguarding and other beach activities. And so this one in particular, you run around the beach, you collect pieces of trash, and then you turn the pieces of trash in. So let's grab one. Okay, that was another power up. Grab one. That was another power up. That was another power up. Of course, the moment I try to not, there we go. You grab a piece of trash, and then you bring it over to its proper bin. So the one we're holding now is a big piece of compost. Big, heavy piece of compost. And so, boop, you turn it in, and you get some points. Yeah. So now we're going to try out this. Here we go. Oh. Invalid call. In base nil. Ah. I know why. It's cool just using built-in Godot multiplayer peer-to-peer stuff. I did a while ago, but having a challenge with trying to hole punch through my Signat. So definitely still, wait, Covino, definitely still hyped to get on board so you can add Twitch integration. That would be dope. Having chat throw trash would be funny. That would be amazing if we could do Twitch integration. Maybe, I don't know about for this game. Maybe, because this overall game is a big Mario Party-like game. Big Mario Party-like game. And like, we're going to put it out on Steam. We're going to sell it, that kind of thing. And, but I have been always wanting to do a Twitch integration game. Especially like during the ads, like take over, make a better a better words and stuff. Mario Party plus Twitch, easy. I got you. Mini Scruff. Now that would be awesome. If we take this game and we could add like some Twitch integration. Whew. Yeah, I like that. That would be cool. If we're just trying out fonts, might my dare thy Covino try this? Optional feature for sure, but it can help. Yeah, I definitely think it would. I don't think I want to try this font already. No. Nope. 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 But cool, Jim. We're using NetFox No Ray for the NAT punch through, and also for the relay. We are doing a peer-to-peer, but the host is the source of all truth. We're doing the host as the source of all truth. And the reason we're doing it that way is so then we can hopefully, potentially, if we need to, if this game does pop off, or when this game pops off, excuse my language, when this game pops off, when it comes time for us to need to start doing like a dedicated server or like sets of servers, then I think this would be really nice where we could do that if we want to, just for added safety. But yeah, we're going to be moving everything into Godot Steam and using Steam's tunneling systems. But yeah. Steam's tubes. Yeah, exactly. Twitch integration in Mario Party, like makes a lot of sense. Like Twitch chat pushing obstacles to the players. Yeah, I think it'd be really cool. And we can also like take advantage of things like where is it? Boop, 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 boop. Heat map, where you can click on the screen and it gets inputs on the map on the screen, and so people can like click places and goes different ways and whatnot. I think that'd be really cool. Yeah, stuff like that. How you can click on the screen and then you see all of it appear. Bloop. Channel points are a big idea too. Oh, indeed, Mini Scruff. Indeed. We have some things in the works. I'll just put it there. A couple things in the works. It's taken a little bit longer than we were hoping. But we've had this idea in the works for the past 7 months or so. Yeah. But yeah, I put an impact on my editor just to see how it looks. Is a nightmare. Yeah, impact would not be good for that. Would not. All right, so we need to figure out, how do we sync the aura changes? Synchronize aura changes. We would need to export something. We could set... shoot. Maybe doing the tweens wasn't the play in the first place. And maybe it was all about needing to create an animation that changes it. That will, like, we could do an animation that would change the on-off value, but then we don't have it instanced. So if you do more tween, do more than one tween, you probably want an animation of some sort instead. Potentially, yeah. Although, for us to instance it, when we did an instance, like a uniform instance here, or instance uniform, it actually removed it from our inspector, which is not good. Not good. We need that back. Unless it's uniform instance instead of instance uniform. still animate that via animation though? Can we? I think we'd have to do it through code. I would think. Because usually with an animation player, it has like a little key that will appear over here. And then you just move it and you set it. Yeah, we'll have to figure that out. In the meantime, though, we got ads coming up. So we're going to chuck on the words. Heading to level 4. Not a bore. Boom. Here we go. Level 4. Level 4. Man. Man, oh man. Now we'll be right back real quick. I need more water. And then we will figure out how to get this synced across everyone. Boop, boop. Whew.
I have returned.
Oh my god, it's Covino. Welcome back. Mini Scruff with the resub. Holy moly. Thank you so much. I subbed because TurboTax ad was troll. Oh my lord. I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you, TurboTax, for convincing Mini Scruff to sub. Oh my. Let me turn off the autopilot here real quick. Boom. 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 Bang. Bop. Hmm. Boom, boom, boom. All right, let's turn these words off. Bada bing, bada boom.
Here we go.
Here we go. So. Fix the chair. Ugh. We need to figure out. Hello, Benkley. How you doing? Welcome in. We need to figure out with these auras, how do we get it? Or what do we synchronize for them? Doing good, thanks. How about yourself? Or how about you? I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. We got the auras now working. So we got these like really cool power-up auras that happen when you get a power-up. But we need to figure out how to synchronize them. And we're also testing out a new little font, which is interesting. A new little font. So really the way you do it is export variables for synchronization. But we don't have anything to export. Maybe we have to do an RPC. Do an RPC for the enable, RPC for disable, RPC for the set. I have a feeling we're going to. Yeah. We're going to have to do RPCs. And we're going to want to do... Oh boy, we haven't done an RPC in a while. It is going to be called on... I don't think we want any peer. Could do RPC ID. Maybe. So let's do... No, we can test it with just the enable first. So at RPC, and then we're gonna want a... We don't want it called on any peer. I think we want it called on the authority. Or call remote. We're gonna have to go back into the docs with RPCs. So let's see, tool RPC. All right, mode is set as any peer. Oh, what did I do? There we go. If mode is set as any peer, it allows any peer to call this RPC function. Okay. Otherwise, only the authority peer is allowed to call it, and mode should be kept as authority. Ooh, so we do authority. And then we can do an RPC ID. Yeah. Authority, RPC ID. Authority. And now we need to go to where we actually enable Aura Find that. And we say dot RPC ID PID. RPC ID PID. RPC ID PID. Yeah. All right. If this works, it should show up an aura of white probably, because I don't think it's setting a color. And then it won't disable on another one. Doop-a-doop-a-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo. Ba-da-doom, ba-da-doom-doom. Nope. Bow, bow. Nope. Bam, bam, bow, dun, dun, ba-dum, bow. Bloop. And then over here. There we go. All right, here we go. Okay, I didn't even see that go off at all. Oh, there it is. It lagged. It lagged a lot. It didn't look like it worked either. We just saw it lag. Turtle. Here we go again. And it broke. Non-existent function. Set aura in base nil. Because model is nil? Yeah. It was trying to call it on... Let's do the others as RPC IDs, I guess. RPC. So set aura needs to be also RPC authority. Oh, not any peer. Authority. Oh, why did you... There we go. What the heck? When I go to tab it, it just explodes. There we go. Yo, Mezu, how you doing? I feel like it's a long time no see. Welcome in. Then boom. RPC. And then authority. Save for me. Empty body. I am just rhyming like crazy. I was here every day. I was lurking though. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. I knew that. I was just testing you. Just testing you, because I do look at who's lurking about. Who's lurking about. Indeed. I do. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Creeper be creeping. Yeah, that's true. New Joker, how are you doing? Welcome in. I'm doing some commissions, hard working. Ooh, exciting. Very exciting. I'm pretty good though. Pretty good. We're trying to figure out how to do our boosts, our auras on across multiplayer. So this needs to do this, and then we need to say end aura dot. Oh wait, no, that's a callable. We're fine with that. Because that calls this. Yep. Dot RPC ID PID. And then dot RPC ID PID. Multiplayer. Indeed. Indeed. All right, let's see if this all worked. Oh, wait, I only did it for one. We have to do it for the others. Okay. .rpc ID. PID. And then where do we disable the aura? Oh, here it is. .rpcid PID save. Disable aura .rpcid PID set aura .rpcid PID. Let's give that a go. Give it a whirl. See what's going on, how it's working, if it's working. I hope it works. If this works, we have officially got a whole bunch done today. If this doesn't work, the singular mechanic, then we did not get much done. 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Oh, boom. Well, some random drinks shown up at my table tonight. About 7 random pitchers. It's been a good night. Now waiting for my 10 more shots. Oh my lord, Cam. Oh my lord. All right, here we go. Nothing happened. What the heck? Nothing happened. Banana? Ooh, Budweiser time. Oh man. Nothing happened. Appreciate the lurk, Cam. What the heck? Nothing's working. Let's read some errors. Whoa. Those are fine though. Despawn received. Wait, but then none of those have to do with the RPC. Here it is. RPC set aura on yourself is not allowed by selected mode. Ah. That's why. Okay, let's try it again. This time we won't play on the host. And if it works, then all we need to do is have a if statement in there to make sure that it's not the host trying to call it. Let's play top bottom. Little split screen action here. Nope. Wait. Wait. Let's keep it this way. There we go. Oh, wait. Am I on the wrong one? Wait a second. That's not right. Host 3. This is the client? Oh, I got them mixed up. Wait, but... When I click in this window, it moves the host. Right? No, this is client. This is moving the client. Never mind. But I thought I just picked up a... I did. And it sent it to the host. What if I use it? Oh! Okay, it still uses it on the client. But it didn't synchronize. Did not synchronize. So I think we do need to do a synchronizer of some sort then. I don't think doing an RPC is going to be the play. Because RPCs are more like you're doing a very specific function. Which we are doing, but it's not the same. Yeah. Let's check out the errors. Whew. What is up with this? Yeah, the scene setter has also an issue when it comes to our auras or things. Let's go item base real quick. You're in a group. Oh. Item base. Export var scene as a string. We need to go to item spawn. Spawn. Respawn timer. Pile activation. Tween. Garbage to pile. Resource item array. Item spawn in the trash scenario. Here's the array. Heavy. Strength Trez. Which has the power up. Speed boost has the speed boost. Oh, interesting. Quick load. Quick load. Stealing. Quick load. Okay, and they have their scenes. So why are those scenes not popping in? That's strange. Well, let's go delete all of those RPCs that we just did. And this one needs type. All right, that's always fun. Enable aura, disable aura, set aura. Cool. Save that. Speed boost. Set aura. Type. Delete you. Howdy ho, espresso. That kind of rhymed. Disable aura. I've returned. Welcome back. Welcome back. End, start, enable. Cool. We're just currently removing our little RPC test because that's not what we want. Is strong. All right, those are all removed. Nice. Huh. Espresso Cat sounds soothing. Indeed. The aura, though. Indeed, Gimp. Have you seen the aura? What do you think? You like it? Pretty cool? Pretty dope? Until the caffeine kicks in. Alright. What is another approach? Does the model have a PID? No. Maybe the empty body? Not seeing it though. Add player is strong, stealable ID, item found, garbage, player name. Here's a PID in the empty body, but we're not calling this anywhere in the empty body. Maybe we need to get the... Maybe instead of is multiplayer server. No, we don't want to compare the PIDs. Let's delete this. Let's delete the is server. Delete all that. Okay. Delete the is server probably here. What is this one? If the local system is the multiplayer authority of this node. Oh. Maybe is multiplayer authority. If is multiplayer authority. Good night, North Pole. Sleep well. Boom, boom. Oh, North Pole, before you go to sleep, you gotta check Discord. Check the mod chat. Boom, boom. So if multiplayer authority, going to therapy after the sleep, feeling preemptively stressed about it, exactly the thing to be fixed. And then here, if is multiplayer authority, tab. Okay. If is multiplayer authority, tab. Okay. Okay, bye-bye. See ya. Strength. If is multiplayer, oops, is multiplayer authority, and then if is multiplayer authority. Give it a go. Give her a whirl. See if this works. Ba-da-ba-bum. But I hope it will help. Yeah, it could. It could. I found some benefit, for sure. But honestly, not as much benefit as just working out and doing things. Yeah. Working out and doing things has helped a lot. By doing things, I mean like doing something that will progress your goals in life. Yeah. Yeah, working out and physical stuff is great. Really helps a lot. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. But the other part, and this I know is, I've been told it's not for everyone, is that I reframed the way that I interpret stress. Because if you think about it, stress and excitement are about the same thing. Physically, like when you feel it, they're about the same thing. And I think they're very similar as well when it comes to the chemicals produced. And so instead of being like, oh, I'm so stressed, it's like, oh man, I'm so pumped. I'm excited. I'm thrilled. I'm ready. And I've just been reframing it that way for a couple of years now. And it's been going really well. Ooh! Okay. It works on the host. It just doesn't work on the client. Huh. Let's try it on the host. That's a banana. Boop. And that's a turtle. I think we're getting somewhere, though. It works on the host. The fact that it works on the host, though, lets me know, like, hey, we should probably have a synchronizer. Here we go again. Now it's on the host into there. The order is stressful. Oh, yeah, big time. All right, and it works on the host. Just won't work on the client because we need to synchronize. That's what we need. The thing is that my attacks worsened by a lot recently. Got tired of putting up for it for 7 years, so first steps may be an actual solution. Yeah, no, for sure. It's always about the first steps. Absolutely. Man, we just need a synchronizer. But we just don't know what to synchronize. And also, I don't know what's going on here. Item base. Res expected type. Is it not getting it as a string? What is adding this scene to the item base? Let's go to the spawn. Pile scene equals item resource dot scene dot resource path. Yeah, no, that's a string. Huh. Why? It's clearly right here. Stealing. Resource. Scene. And that's the string. Whoa. What the heck are you? Oh, this is the position rotation replication. I don't think we need that, though. Didn't we fix it so you don't need this? In other news is that Game Maker community hosts a jam, but a special kind. It's about making tutorials, libraries, and tools. Closing in 2 days. Gotta finish it up. Ooh, that sounds pretty exciting. That's pretty cool. It's a good idea. Very good idea. Item spawn. We have stealing. Let's go into the strength. Yeah, no, strength is using the same thing as well. Configuration setting has no shape. What? Root of scene is recommended to not be transformed. Oh, this has just no shape. So collision. And then a little sphere. No, we want a box. We want a box. Okay. And then one more. Stealing. Got that speed boost. Open scene. What's wrong with you? And it's the root node being transformed. Which is not transformed. What? Where are you transformed, though? Oh. Interesting. Shader orb. Ah. I see what happened here. Shader orb. And then we need to copy. Yeah, Godot has a great marketplace for libraries. GameMaker lacks that, but is working on it. We used to have a marketplace, but got outdated last year due to making a new one. Wait, there's a marketplace? What? Paste. Make unique. Make unique. Shader param. Yeller. Yeller. Oh, the asset library. This place. I see what you're saying. It's weird. I don't actually use those. Why are you broken now? Paste. Make unique. Make unique. That's why. That is why. Purple. And purple. Purple. There we go. Hey, Seshumara. How you doing? There we go. Now they should be visible. Hopefully. Hopefully. Test. Full screen it. Whew, getting hungry. Hungry hippos. Bum, 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 bum. And, you know, consider this my sick note for tomorrow. Thanks. Ah, Cam. Kids these days. There's our sick, sweet new aura. Oh, I didn't even see it. Nope. We're trying to... I ordered way too much. Cam. Yeah, we're not seeing the orbs. It's very strange. Also, they're only staying one color. Wait, the stakeholders meeting has been scheduled for tomorrow and you won't come. Oh, that's right. We did schedule a meeting for tomorrow, didn't we? The Jake Daniels. Not Jack Daniels. It's Jake Daniels over there. Wait, we have meetings here? All the time, Mini Scruff. We're a team. We're in a meeting right now. What do you mean? We're in a meeting. Boom. But no, we don't actually have like meetings. We've had, because me personally, I don't think meetings are very useful unless like you desperately like need to have one. I don't know. I'm not really a meeting kind of guy. My cards started declining, so I swapped my business to reinvest. Oh, Cam, that's not good at all. That's also not smart at all. Never mix your business card with your personal. If it gets declined, it got declined. Everyone just muted for some reason. As Daniel, I approve. I mean, I will pay it back. Yeah, but it doesn't work like that. I'm not a lawyer, but I would say you should do some research on business dealings and how to properly go through. Because especially when you're dealing with money. Oh, IRS would be unhappy. Yeah, here they would be very unhappy with that. You would get in a lot of trouble. Yeah, I don't know how it works over there. It was a business meeting. It doesn't work like that either. Doesn't work like that either. Not a tax professional here, but like, doesn't quite work like that. A lot of people assume it's like, oh, I could just write this off, and it's like, not quite. Not quite. We don't have IRS either. Lucky dog. Lucky dog. This looks so cool. But I'm not seeing other colors. Careful, commingling funds. Yeah. Big time. UK tax is really easy. They just give 50% and you're set. Crack myself up. So strange. Why are they not spawning? Pretty much. Just do your income and profit. What if you make no profit? That's a question. But also, Cam, you didn't answer the question in the Discord. You just sent that video. FTS and FNS instead of the IRS. Condition. So since money isn't any different, since I reimburse. Interesting. Do you guys not treat your companies as separate entities? Federal Taxation Service. Makes sense. Impressive collection of errors and warnings, Covino. Gotta catch them all? No, generic. No. These are they're fine. We can ignore all of these. They don't do anything. The big ones are none of these either. Actually. We gotta figure out how to... why our power-ups are not showing up. Separate entity, but since the money isn't any different because I just bill myself, Yeah, I would do some research. I would say do some research. Because in the US, not a tax professional, but what you're doing is very, very dicey. Lots of people in my field should set them up separately, but they run their business out of a personal account. Dangerous. It's dangerous. Yes, that is what all devs say. We just ignore the warnings. They mean nothing. Well, those ones did mean nothing, okay? Those ones are like, oh, you didn't put an underscore by an unused delta variable. Oh. Gets so much easier in tax. Gotcha. But, so the problem we're having right now is for some reason... Oh, okay. It is showing it. There's the dumbbell, or is that a can? Nope, that was a dumbbell. But it wasn't showing the shader. Why? Know why? I know why. I know why. I know why. We gotta make a new shader. Because we're using the, we're using that shader here with the uniforms. Wait, but that should still show. Heck, honestly, might just make a new shader. Is this Comic Sans? No, this is Comic Mono or Mono Comic. Mini Scruff was talking about different whatchamacallits, fonts, and so we wanted to try one out. Yeah, there we go. Want to try out a font, see what happens, see if we like it. Secretly, Mini Scruff actually made this font, and is trying to promote it so that Mini Scruff gets all the funds. And do you like it? I don't know yet. Just gonna leave the tab open at this point. It's a common question for now. Yeah, it is. I like my fonts bold. That makes sense. I don't know if I like this or not yet. It does, like, I'm trying to give it like some time to grow, but it does feel more like I'm playing a game, playing a video game than I am programming. It feels too silly for me. Yeah, it feels a little silly. I'm in no way affiliated with it, but I want to push people to think outside the box visuals to help readability and more playful. That makes sense. That's fair. Thank you, Cam. Cam. What is that response? I feel like you writing code in Samsung app or for taking notes. You like writing code in the Samsung app. Starting to code for hours a day can get a bit rough if it's so uptight. Yeah, I feel that. What sis you want me to say? What did you want me to say? Just a yes or no. Just a yes or no question. That was it. It's up to you. Let's see. I don't think we want... screw it. Copy. Yes, 100% yes. Gotcha. I guess. How can it be 100% if you're guessing? I don't know. I'm not an expert. Man, oh man. Kids these days, folks. Kids these days. create. Boom. And then we want to say blend add tune. Save that. Appreciate the lurk. Then we want to do a let's go to our aura here and just snag this in the vertex, and then do a varying float object Y. Actually, just grab this one, copy it, and then go back to our strength. Power up. Do it this way. There we go. And then we don't want instance uniform here. Wait, can I do this? I can. Sick. Save that. Hi, professional game developer. Did you know you need to fix your fonts? Yes, you need to fix them. It's not optional. What do you mean fix the fonts? We're testing out, we're test driving this font that Mini Scruff was talking to us about. We're test driving it. I don't know how I feel about it yet. We're just a little, you gotta fix them. It's just a little test drive. That's it. Just a quick test drive. Test drive failed. You don't like it? I'm sorry. It seems like people are not a fan of this font. Not a fan. Haters, if you will. So much font hate, yeah. It's not actually terrible. So much font hate. That's fair. I wouldn't choose it, but it has its charm. I don't think there's been a single person that has come in and said, wow, that's a really nice font. Not a hater, but if there's a convention for the font, I wouldn't go. Maybe what I should do is just make my own font. I'll just start writing all the letters out. A, B, C, A, B, C. I'll make my own font. It's called Fontvino. 1, 2, 3. You're building another Comic Sans at that point. What do you mean? This is my handwriting. From Font Studios. And then I can add those little arrows and stuff. Make sure everything is unique, like IL1. Oh, true. Because we have like L, I, 1. L and 1 are the same. That's problematic. So I need to do, what up, Munglo? How you doing? 1. And then we'll do L. What your comic mono does for those 3. Say that again. Oh, and L1L. Oh, the L, they do it weird. They go boom, boom as L. And then they go boom, boom, boom as 1. I don't like that. I didn't even think about that. That's an L. I'm never writing like that. If I say like cull mode, cull underscore disabled like that. I don't like that. Try the O's too. All right. O. That makes sense. That's what I do when I have a lot of O's. I'll do that for a 0. Like 0. So test drive actually failed. Yeah, maybe. Imagine coding just like that. Just like what? Where you like write things out? We don't make games anymore, just fonts. I mean, Gamian. Real talk, those fonts, it's like $12 a font. $12 a font. That's more than this game is gonna sell for. Whew. I don't think you have the IL1 glyphs properly. Mine look different. No, because this is the that free one, mini scruff. The one where you like scroll down and it says if you want a full free one, do this.
Your favorite TV shows are on YouTube. Get Crunchyroll, AMC Plus, Max, and more on YouTube.
I could do it like that. And then do that. Sure. There are free coding fonts for sure. There are indeed. I think that will work. Because L is more of a curve for me. Like that actually, we're also updating my handwriting at the same time. That looks like a 1 though. 1, 2, 3. I think it needs to be 1, 2, 3. So that would be a 1 then. 1. L. O.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, let Covino have it his way. Anyways, that's a distracting. Yeah, you're just trying. This is some crazy distraction right here. Holy moly. Let's get back to work. What are you doing? Power up shader. Bam. Stealing orb. Shader. Orb. Remove you. Add you. New shader. Quick load. Power up. Shader parameter. Purple. Boom. Noise texture. Quick load. This one. On. Pink. Darker purple. Lighter purple. Bluish purple. Bluish purple. Boom. This one. Not that one. It disappeared. Bam. Good enough. Save that. We got the strength. Although... And then... Turn that up. And then turn you up. Yeah. And then stealing. Wait, speed boost. And then we need to do... Wish someone besides L:Q had redeems for changing IDE colors. Would be fun for us. That's an interesting idea, Daniel Pancake, but definitely very annoying. Very annoying. I mean, I did just change my IDE color though. I made it a little bit darker, a little cooler. Just spent today fiddling with and fixing issues with my overlay. Just pushed a new version of it to itch. Can't actually think of anything straight broken in it anymore. Let's go. That's awesome. Congratulations, Munglo. My man. Is that a salmon egg from Splatoon? No. No. It's a really cool shader that we're doing. It's a power-up orb. Power-up orb. Bam. Bam. Is that a pizza? Yo, Sammy. I could go for pizza right now. I could go for it. Not going to say who on Twitch, but there is one that if he gets asked about what theme he uses, he has to change the theme. Interesting. If he gets asked about it, Enyon, welcome in. Just in time for the ads. Just in time. That's awkward. Very awkward. Yellow. We'll do a little bit of a bright blue. Gotta add them theme font. Yeah. Turn it on. Oh! Oh, that's bright. That's bright. That's very bright. That's too bright. That's too bright. We'll do it like that. Bring you down a little bit, maybe. Interesting. Sure. Zoop. Why does this look weird? Oh, shoot. I keep forgetting. We have ads playing. We're going to chuck the words on. Heading to level 2. Level 2. I need to run downstairs real quick, and then I'll be right back. And then we will continue trying to figure out this shader. Ads who? Good question, Dano Pancake. Good question. I'll be right back real quick, though. Boop. And boop. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're gonna hide that real quick. Yikes. Well, welcome back, everyone. Sorry about the delay. Whew. All right. Back. Ooh. Whew. I almost accidentally unplugged my computer. Stinky letters. Give us better ones. Listen, I don't make the rules here. All right. We need to set this up going well. Turn that brightness up a little, maybe. Maybe turn this to yeller. Something doesn't look nice with this. Like, I want it to be yellow, but it needs to be better. Maybe we turn the rim power down. Here, have a... When the next ads? 1 hour, Daniel Pancake. In 1 hour. I think that's fine, actually. Save that. Let's see if this change did what I hope it did. It did. See, we just hope this works. See if this works. Make the speed up thing bigger. The speed up thing bigger. Oh, like you're talking about the mesh? Like this thing? Boom. Could do that. All right, let's give this a go. The big thing we're looking for is, for some reason, the orbs are not showing. They're not showing for some reason. Looks better, TBH? Yeah. I am curious, though, what it's going to look like in here. Because the way that we have our lighting and our environment set up is, it might be completely different. 1, 2, 2, 3. 1. Oh, that's a can. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. See, we should be seeing, and this might be a positioning error or issue, not error, where we want to, oh, I didn't even see that. We want to be able to see the things before actually fully digging them up. Like just a little hint of them, kind of like this. This one right here, we can tell that might be a banana. Wait, but there's a blue pixel. Why is there a blue pixel there? Bananas don't have blue pixels. Maybe that's not a banana. Maybe that's a speed power up. Nope, it was a banana. But something like that, how it kind of like sticks out a little bit. Could be a blue banana. I don't think those exist. Yeah, there's no power up. Our little power ups are not... The little orbs for them aren't showing up. But we can do this, and we get our little auras. Oh, you don't? No, I've never heard of those. Also, I think their colors are not updating either. That's not good. Do a search for blue banana. Do I want to? It's a fashion store. Oh, what the heck? Bananas naturally taste like ice cream. What? What? Huh. I wonder how does one collect trash from those dumps? I mean, they don't have a bottom. Are you talking about like how do you empty the dumpsters? The dumpsters get emptied from a helicopter. A helicopter comes from the beach and then or comes to the beach and then picks them up and then another helicopter comes and drops off a new one. And that happens about twice a day because this is a very busy beach. Yep. That is what happens. Yeah, but they don't have a bottom. What? They got bottoms? What do you mean? Where is my close? Trash scenario. Oh. I had a feeling you were talking about this one. Now it's got a bottom. Does this one have a bottom? Yep. What about this one? Yep. This looks really cool in here. It's actually really cool. Yeah. All right. Save that. I would live there. Would you? Let's go through our errors and let's figure out why are those orbs not showing. Nice. There's no errors. Nice. All right. Let's look at the... I wonder if it's... You're Godot in Comic Sans now? It's Comic Mono, I think. Comic Mono. We were giving it a try, ironic. Mini Scruff was saying, yeah, there we go. Mini Scruff was telling us that we need to branch out to other fonts and styles and so we tried out a new font and I don't know how I feel about it yet. I don't know. So far, no one likes it. Right. Yeah, there's not a single person who has come in and been like, wow, this is really good. It's giving me a headache. It's a pretty unanimous poll. It's giving Ironic a headache too. Maybe we remove it. Maybe we do remove it. I think that was a good enough try. We gave it how many hours? Editor. Settings. And then we just go boom, boom. Boom. And now we're back. Wait, let's look at code. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I wouldn't, but you code this in Python? Close. This is GD script. It's very Pythonic. It's kind of like Python, but it's just built for the Godot engine. But very Pythonic. Very similar. Like if you know Python, you pretty much know GD script. Like one of our mods, Savage, he's a Python wizard and never touched Godot in his life. And he's able to just boom, boom. Figure it all out. All right, let's see. So why are our meshes not showing up? I have a feeling it has to do with this integrated force replication stuff. So let's go to a piece of trash. No? Oh, wait. Wait, no, that's just a mesh. Wait. Wait. That... Hold the phone. We need a different piece of trash here. I heart trash? It is a node, that's why. Amusingly enough, I've been using that for years. Comic code ligature specifically for Rider/Obsidian. I wouldn't use Comic Mono. Really? That's interesting if you're right. You've been using it. Well, then again, we were just using Comic Mono, which is a little bit different. Similar, but different. So we changed all these back to nodes. That's the issue. We go like this. We need to change type back to a node. And then I assume they don't have, yeah. And then that means we don't need these two. That's what was going on. I figured out the problem. Woohoo. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, bang, save. What's the type system of GD script like? I see some annotations. What are the optional in flow forward? Are they optional in flow forward? Davros, could you ask that again? As if you were talking to a 5-year-old by any chance? I'm using comic code for in-game debug console and info. Huh. By the way, I'm bad at scripting, though it's my dream to be a game scripter. Where should I start? Enian, I would say if it's your dream to do this, first off, step 1, don't say you're bad. That's just a mentality thing. Don't say you're bad. But the real steps, real tangible steps, is download Godot, because Godot is hands down the best game engine for learning. I don't care what anyone else tries to tell you. They're all wrong. It's Godot. Godot is the best for learning. So what I would say is step 1, download Godot. Step 2, do the, Brackeys, multiple, plural. Do the Brackeys tutorial, which is, it's only going to take you about an hour and a half to an hour to do, but it's going to give you a full overview and like a really good guideline of how to use the game engine, what's going on here. So I'd recommend that. Boom. And then once you do all that, then what I want you to do is I want you to come back here and be like, hey, Covino, I finished the Brackeys tutorial. And then I'll give you the next step. The reason I'm not telling you the next step is so then you don't jump ahead. Because I've started noticing when I tell people, they all of a sudden will jump ahead. Does it cost money? No, it's completely free. It's open source as well. Free and open source. It's loose and recommended to declare type and you get performance improvements, they say. Seems more typing is possible with each version. Yeah. Hey, Green Kitty. Howdy, Green Kitty. How useful or not are LLMs at giving Godot coding hints? Davros, I will say, Grok is especially impressive when it comes to GD script. It is pretty impressive. We're a little bit on Team AI, but we try not to vibe code. Try not to vibe code. But yeah, it's quite good. There we go. And then garbage physics. Let's just close. Really, that is great. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Godot is open source, completely free to use. If you publish a game, they don't take any percentage of the profits. You just chill. It's great. Highly recommend it. I'm on team too proud to let AI code for me, but I like using it to give me hints on how libraries and write bash one-liners. Ah, that's a pretty good one. I think I like using AI. I think if you're not embracing AI, you're just being an old person. Because it is going to do something in the future. Not saying it's going to take over coding, not saying it's taking over anything, but it's definitely going to be used more in the future. So you can make the argument that it's a different type of AI that's going to be used. It's not just going to be LLMs, which of course, probably not. But I think still embracing new technology is a smart decision. But then again, don't copy and paste all the code all the time. Because if you're really trying to learn programming, vibe coding isn't the way to do it. It feels fun, because I've vibe coded before. It feels fun, like you're moving, you're grooving, you're kicking butt, taking names, but you don't know what any of the code is doing until you read it back through. You're really just kind of copy, paste. Oh, that didn't work. Copy, paste. Oh, okay, that worked a little bit better. Let's do this. Copy, paste, and it's like, I'm on too proud to let AI code for me, but I'm okay with mocks and initial drafts. But I will say it's pretty trash after the first few prompts. Interesting. AI is a great teacher and tool, not for anything finished or ethical yet. I don't know about a teacher. I mean, you shouldn't be allowed to use AI until you have read the docs. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good one. I think that's a pretty good idea. You're not allowed to use AI until you read docs. See, I'm in the clear because I read the docs. I read the docs. Some people go to bed with a bedtime story. Not me. I read the Godot documents. Yep. Starting tonight. We did read the docs today, though. Thanks to Bad Cop for helping us figure that out. And then we learned and we got our shader working, but it's just not working multiplayer. Yeah, I usually use AI to do that as well. Think about how sad it is to ask an AI to do everything for you. You're not using it to make a game. It's using you to make a game. That's a good point as well. Yeah. It's using you. I mean, yeah. I think you're losing I think fully vibe coding, you're kind of losing that beauty to it. But then the question is does that matter? If the game's good, then the game's good. Doesn't matter how it was made. Because kind of the truth of life is people only really care about the outputs. They don't care about how it was made. Like, does my chicken nugget taste good? Yes, it does. Don't tell me what it's made with. You're making something. You're not meant to glove a computer spitting out random words. Yeah. Brace the automation. Down with AI. The AI stuff I get back is trash. People copy, pasting code usually end up wasting more time, and it seems to actually understand and writing it themselves from the start. That said, where it works is clearly good. Yeah, Devros is, in those cases, his general point. Put me in the right direction. Yeah, I think using it as like a glorified Google is really nice. I think that is true for like V1, but if you're trying to join a service long-term or a game long-term, knowing it's built properly by a team that cares is something I do care about. Yeah, absolutely. Something I noticed with the vibe-coded AI stuff is that it works, but it's not maintainable. As in, it works, but it's kind of janky. How do I spell Godot, or however it's spelled? All you gotta do is just Google it. Here. Let me grab the link for you. GodotEngine.org. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Miniscruff. And the better link, too. Oh, wait, no, the worst link, download/Linux. No. No. You don't want to do that one. Don't do the Linux one. Don't do that. Don't click that. That's a bad one. No. You want to just go to download and then get the Windows. All right, let's host it. Test. We're looking for the orb. What? I use the Linux one. If you're on Linux, then yes. I didn't do that. The browser sent me to Linux just because my OS. Let me just drop this here. It's amazing how ChatGPT knows everything about subjects I know nothing about, but is wrong like 40% of the time about things I'm an expert on. I'm not going to think about this any further. That's pretty good. It's wrong 40% of the time about things I'm an expert on, but it's right about everything else. Yeah. Let's close that. All right, let's open this. Oh, anyone else see that? There's a little orb. A little orb. I just grabbed it too fast. Nerd. Sure am. 40% is underestimating. Yeah. There was, there it is. There's our orb. When I was coding, or vibe coding, I should say, it was trying to make me do have you turned up the explosiveness on the sand particles? Looks like they're there for a very long time. No, I haven't messed with that at all. It does kind of stay there for a while though. Yeah, I haven't messed with it. By the way, what did you want me to do before? Oh, I want you to, once you download Godot, I want you to watch that YouTube video and follow it, do the tutorial, and then come back when you finish the tutorial and let me know how it went. Boom. Boom. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes that you can use to welcome people to the team. Boom. Okay, so a couple issues. It looks like we're not getting the right colors. Step one. This error I'm gonna have now. I'm flashbacks about 10 years from now. Code being produced makes me sad. Oof. Oof. Oh yeah, but what I was saying with the AI, when I was trying to vibe code, it was telling me, so I wanted to make an area 3D where all I need to do is I move a mesh and I put the mesh inside of the area. That's it. And then it'll delete the mesh. It wanted me, instead of using an area, it was wanting me to calculate shoot a ray cast, because we were doing drag and drop. Shoot a ray cast from the camera to the object, and then for some reason calculate the distance between the little mesh that was here that I wanted to move it onto. Calculate the distance there and compare the two. So like shoot a ray at one, shoot a ray at another, compare the distance, and if it hits a certain threshold, then delete the moved mesh. And then I typed, I was like, can't we just do an area 3D instead? And it goes, oh yeah, you're right. That would be more effective, more efficient. And so it will like, it'll give you right answers that work, but not good ones. Because that would not be maintainable. Like sure, it works, but it wasn't maintainable. Or easy to upgrade, I guess. So why did this dumbbell not dumbbell? All right, let's do that. Save. Brian is building. Welcome in. First time on this channel, and first thing I saw was a drawing that made me pause. Wait, which drawing did you see? There was no. Oh, you're talking about okay. Okay. Get your mind out of the gutter. Get your mind out of the gutter here. Listen, we are. At least it wasn't our font discussion. That's also true. At least it wasn't that either. What is this? Let's go to our shader real quick. Depends what you're doing. Normally, wait, there we go. No, that's not right. No, it is. No, it's not. Where is it? Digging, beach shader. We're not looking for the shader. We're looking for the dig stuff, the sand stuff, sand clouds, sand particles. Boom. There it is. There she blows. Okay, sand clouds. And we want to turn up the explosiveness. If something predates 2022, you'll find it is a lot less likely to be BS, and you can set that up in the search engine. So many SEO abused blogs from content farms. Huh. Interesting. So we want to up the explosiveness. Let's do it to 0.69. Same thing with this one. Now we can give it a go. They're not one-shot either. They just keep emitting until they get killed. Oh, maybe that's what's going on, actually. That's probably why. Why it was looking like that. One shot. One shot. Game devs are Chad. This is dope. Yes, plus 10 aura. Do you have your own studio? Indeed. We're actually in the process of creating or building up our studio called Freedom Forge Studios with the mission to create inspiring and rewarding games for everyone. And what we're doing right now actually is Discord. Oh my lord, that's not how you spell Discord. You can tell I'm dying. There we go. What we're doing is we're actually taking in contract work now for artists. So we have a full style guide. We have our creative asset submission agreement and all that. So in that way, artists get to hold on to the rights to their artwork while also being credited and hopefully compensated, assuming our games make money. Yeah. Nice. Indie type games or what? All kinds of games. All kinds of games. Really, it's all about the mission. So as long as we can follow the mission, then we're all set and we're chilling. But the big thing is we're looking to really become a big studio. So this is a 20-year plan plus, or about 20-year plan, I should say. And within the 20 years, we're going to become one of the most well-known game studios. And when people think of Freedom Forge Studios, they're just going to think of us as making truly amazing games that are like, whoa. Because it's all based off of a hypothesis that if we can prioritize the player experience as the forefront most important thing, then in doing so, we're going to create not only a more positive environment, but a more positive work culture as well. So that's kind of what we're doing here. Yeah, I like the vision and passion. Heck yeah, indeed. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to our team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes that you can use to welcome people to the team. But yeah, it all started about 9-ish months ago. I had 0 programming experience, 0 game dev experience, and basically was like, all right, let's do this. Let's just change the obliterator, I think, because the one shot wasn't quite nice. So I think if we just change our obliterator node, boom, maybe that will be better. Bow, bow, bow. Zoom. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. Yep, and the orbs are showing. I don't know, I kind of liked it where it was before. I could shrink the obliterator down more. Yeah, maybe we do. Let's do it to 2 seconds. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Bum, 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 bum. I hate this, bro. My YouTube account is not old enough. Like, please. I ain't 12. Just let me watch my YouTube videos. Oof. Really? That's a... Brackies? I couldn't... I can't believe it'd be blocked. Let me think of an alternative. I'm not quite sure if I know any of alternatives. I guess what you could do is just start reading the documents, or talk to your parent or guardian and say, hey, I'm looking to learn a useful life skill. Make the sale, make the point, be like, hey, unlock it. Log out, watch the video. Yeah, there you go. 1, 2. Maybe that's 2. Oh wow, you only started 9 months ago. That's awesome. Yeah, indeed. We made 1 game already. Can you tell me what it's called? Enian. It is Brackies. Brackies. Is there something in particular that sparked that idea? The idea? Yes, lots of things. Oh boy. To make a long story short, basically, I was kicked out of university, went down a full spiral of depression, started pulling myself out of that depression through studying things like neuroscience, business, psychology, and then I was trying to figure out what the heck I wanted to do with my life. So started doing real estate, went from real estate, started with drop shipping. Didn't like drop shipping because it felt gross. Went to real estate, wasn't as excited about drywall as everyone else was. Then moved over to, sounds good, Enian, have a great one. Catch you later. Then started selling cockroaches, and then was grossed out by them. Started a lifeguard training company where I would run around training lifeguards for various community pools and summer camps. And then from there, I noticed all my competitors, the other companies around, all of them were led by people who had like this external passion about lifeguarding, whether it was a family or a friend or a family member or a friend that drowned. That's what pushed them forward. And I didn't have that. I was just doing it because I thought it was fun. And so that made me kind of take a step back and think about it and go, well, where do I have that thing, that external thing I can grab onto? And that was basically you need a bat to your man. What do you mean ironic? Oh, yes, you do actually. That was actually a really good one. I thought you were joking around for a sec. No, that's a good metaphor. You do need a bat to the man. Indeed. Absolutely. But yeah, so I was looking for where was my bat to my man. And yeah. Is this a game design you're describing? Dropshipping real estate to selling cockroaches to doing... Yeah, no. But anyways, when I was super depressed, I was a full-blown degen gamer. Full-blown degen. Like Asmongold levels degen. And what so that's when it kind of hit me. It's like, oh, well, that's my little unfair advantage, I guess. My thing that I can external, because I don't, like, I'm grateful I went through that. But like, if I can help other people that are going through that by playing video games and by like making games for them, I think that would be really, really awesome. Nice one, clip it. Clip what? But yeah, that's the really, 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 really short version. As short as I could make it. So video games get too much stick. Yeah. But I always wished that all the games I was playing, that I could have used them and like extrapolated more information from them and use that in real life. And that's kind of where this comes in, is we are trying to make games that are truly rewarding in various different ways. So kind of like in this game, this lifeguarding game, trash pickup game, very simple, very basic idea of learning, but you are putting away your trash, your compost, you got compost, and you got recycling. Very basic stuff, but we're in the very beginning stages of this, so we want to stay on the basic side. Another one is in regards to our other mini game, which is a CPR mini game. And that mini game, you have to perform CPR at 120 beats per minute, which just so happens to also be the about chest compression time that you need to do when performing CPR. So we're taking basically my lifeguarding knowledge and shoving it into the game. BRB. Sounds good. Who's the target audience for your games? For like training for stuff? Nah, not training. No. This is a fun little goofy game. The core audience is really, it's a party game. It's a Mario Party-like game. So think of who would be playing Mario Party, like a group of casual gamers, really everyone 13 years plus. So it's just a fun little silly game, really. I shouldn't say little, it's a pretty big game. But it's just a silly game. No like this, you will learn stuff from this game. Nah. Edville could learn how to clean his room. That's true. Can't fall asleep, so never mind. Time to try to code. Enian, you didn't even attempt to sleep. What do you mean? What do you mean? You tried to fall asleep for 5 minutes, gave up. Shh. Gotcha. Man, oh man. All right, let's see here. Ooh, we could do that. Boom. Wait, what? Okay. Gotta bounce. This is sick. Hope to see you around. Oh, absolutely, Brian. We stream every single day. So we're here all the time. All the time. Boom. But actually, speaking of bouncing, I think it is time for me to bounce. I am starving. Absolutely starving. So what we're gonna do is alrighty, folks. We're coming here today. No, we are calling it here tonight. Holy moly. We did get it. We got the AURAS working. We got to sync it multiplayer. Awesome stream tonight. Oh, I appreciate that, guys. But oh no, I need another one. I need a better one. Today is Sunday, and Hypnotic, he moved it to Saturday, but we're still doing it anyways. We gotta hit Hypnotic with a dad joke. So if you got the emotes, spam the emotes, hit him with the dad joke in celebration of his dadliness, I guess. But yes, I will catch you all tomorrow, because for those of you who don't know, we stream every single day. Whew. We're almost there. We almost got this mini game done. Almost. But it's time for me to eat. Rafiki, thank you for the follow. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Adios. Boop. All right, YouTube. One moment. G'day.